There we go. Ow. Oh, whoops. I did forget to start my chat. We're starting stream. Server appearance. Streamer mode. Turn on streamer mode. GG's on first. Oof. Really do wonder why you can't do it this way. Can you actually not make it up here? No matter what you do? No. Land on the thing, please. Thank you. There you go. There you go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, there we go. It's fucking free, dude. It's fucking free. I did too. I labbed it yesterday. It's pretty easy if you hold down on the right stick at first, so you have more room. Because like the biggest issue is that Crash's nose hits the cutscene trigger. So if you just make him hold his head up, you can just dodge the cutscene trigger. Usually if I lab something like that, it's out of spite. And it was absolutely out of spite. I was tired of losing, I was tired of losing, I was tired of the, I was tired of Bikimon skipping shit. So I'm like, hey, let's just lab this real quick, and then it's like, let's come up with this idea, and then I came up with the idea, and then it's like, oh, well, now we can fucking do the TAS only Tikimon skip, and it's kinda easy. The only thing I really have left to lab is, the only real thing I have left to lab is fucking, you know what? That's a good idea. Hang on. Setupless, final door clip. If I lab that, then we might be able to see a sub 920, actually. And I really hope that that doesn't come to fruition, because, like, I don't want to have to grind for sub 920. Though it would be fucking epic. Oh, wait a second. I see now. The further away I am from the door, the earlier I start moving. So, like, I start moving immediately. Yeah, there we go. If I'm away from the door, I start moving immediately. Boom. What if I just do that? I think I got it now. Dude, I'm fucking prepared today. Ah. I mastered new Hub 1 stuff. I'm gonna stop hesitating there. And then just go for it after throwing Cortex. Yeah, I figured I was gonna miss that. Nope. Okay. Okay. Let's find out the timing for this. Okay, there we go. So I do have to wait. Cortex fucking died. That's not real, right? There's no way that this is real. It's like 2 seconds of time save. 2 to 3. Okay, how do I... Hang on. That wasn't... That was too far away. you know, if I lab this one out, I'm... If I lab this out, then, dude. I fucking lab this one out. And then I basically do both door skips. I do both fucking door skips setupless. Like, the run is going to be insane with the potential to sub 720. I would need to know where to place Cortex. Cortex is probably going to be the actual deciding factor of it. So, like, if Cortex's foot is there... What if I just fucking went for it? What if I just fucking went for it and stopped caring? Yo, James. Yeah, what if I legit just fucking stopped caring and just fucking went for it? I really could. I really could just, like, stop caring and then just, like, tried to brute force it. Like, what if I just did that? Like, I did the rest of Antagony. And then just went for this. Yo, Sly, thanks for the good luck. Imagine, I just went for this. Just for the cherry on top. Or just go for a faster, Can I explain how this actually works? Okay. So, Crash plus Cortex collision is really fucked up. Cortex causes... Cortex can clip through a whole bunch of shit. And, there's the gadget thing that actually kind of, like, helps. It's not required, but it does help get you through the door. And essentially what's going on is, when Crash looks upwards, and especially when he does his standing jump, the game doesn't exactly know how to stop him from going through the wall. And Cortex is touching the pillar on the right, which is pushing him forward, which also pushes Crash forward and allows him to go through the door. The problem is that there is a very high chance that Cortex also gets caught inside of collision and dies. So the manipulation that I was going for was basically like trying to fit him through a little hole in a way to where he doesn't actually touch he doesn't get caught inside of the collision on any given frame to where it kills him. That's what all the camera work is for. But like, see right there, Cortex didn't actually push Crash through the wall. And what's going on is that Cortex is inside of a corner on the second part, and then he has a chance to just phase right through. It's one of two things is... Is that gonna work better? Yeah, Cortex's collision has always been like a really weird. He could clip through a bunch of things. Okay. I'm gonna start going for that as a visual cue for what I'm trying to do, and see if that works a little better, because yeah, and I can do that really fast too. Find new tech to do even less than 922. Not new tech, no. I'm just working on this. Geez, you gotta be diagonal pointing left. It's weird. Okay. Let's see here. Cortex kind of has to push himself. No, Cortex has to kind of like push Crash. Almost like that. But I mean, the thing is I'm trying to do this fast. Like, really fast. Yo, Pete. Faster door clip. Yeah, I'm trying to do this even faster. I want to work on setup lists, because if I do the setup lists, I basically save like giga time. But I don't know where to stop to do setup lists to where it will be consistent. Because this door is different from the other door. Not sure why. But like, say I stop right there. Boom. The Yeah, the reason why I haven't been able to do it is because this door doesn't play nice. The other door does. This door is the door that doesn't play nice at all. I could try for left side. Left side, it doesn't exactly play nicer, but it does work more often. It's just that there's a higher chance of dying. More to the right? Nope. It is random whether... Well, it's not entirely random, but... It's weird how the camera reacts to half of the stuff that goes on. Why did Cortex die there? Because he gets caught in collision. The thing about left side is that for some reason, left side loves to clip you. Like that. Shoot the camera as far right as possible. Yes, that's essentially random, Pete. It's mostly random. What damages Cortex? What damages Cortex is, he gets caught in collision and kills him. It's the failsafe for, preventing soft locks with Crash plus Cortex. If I do it that way... Like, yes, it's gonna be kind of random, but I have a higher chance of actually, like... Put the camera the other way. It's the same thing. There's some weird quirks with how the camera works with this, where the camera is just... The fuck? How much time would I save if I do it fast? About 2 seconds. Yeah, that's the thing that I fucking hate about this, and the reason why it's, like, really weird. The camera... In this particular spot... In these particular spots, for some reason, it's random exactly what angle the camera's at. Unless I already have the camera set up. That's the thing, I don't know. I might just need to go for, I might just need to go for, new strat? Not really. I'm doing a little bit of testing for this. See if I can get something working for it. So I don't think I'm gonna be able to get something working for it. I think the only thing I'm gonna be able to do is just the strat I'm doing. Now that would save a second though, how I just did that. Because I just did the setup super fast. Oh, wait a second. I see why that wasn't working before. Cortex is pushing crash. Okay, alright. But if I don't do that, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Just I aim a little bit, turn Cortex a little bit, then boom. Oops. Essentially, this is the last thing to really lab. Interesting. You know what? What if I did this instead? Okay. Unless that's the strat. Imagine if that's the strat. Just turn crash first and then turn the fucking... That would be hilarious. Oh. Who the hell sent me a message? Oh, probably just Wordle notification. Go in the hole. We wouldn't have this issue in runs. I just want a setup that I can do like really quickly. Cortex died. Closer I am. That actually would have worked if I started moving earlier. You know how nervous I would be if I did a perfect antagony and I'm there? Imagine the nerves. Cortex probably would not have died if I threw him immediately. The same thing there. I'm pretty sure if I just threw him, he wouldn't have died. Yo, Hatake. Lapping out the very last TAS strat I can possibly feasibly add. Keep forgetting to throw Cortex. Hmm? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Either I've just figured it out, or, or I just got baited again. Imagine. If I fucking figured this out, dude, I'm done. I may have figured it out. Should work on the other door too, technically. Where do I need to move the stick? I can't tell if I'm moving slightly too far. Okay. I believe it's a 1/16th shift. Or 1/8 shift. I think it's a 1/16th shift. It's a 1/16th shift. I was trying to go for the same, go in the hole. I was trying to go for the same angle the whole jump. So I had a theory that shifting angles would work, but I was using it with D-pad. Saw what I sent you? Yo, flowers. Yep, it's a geep. What they are? It's a crossbreed between a goat and a sheep. Yes. That was it. The goat strikes back. Yes, the geep. I was on the toilet, and I was just scrolling through YouTube. Classic, true. Die. This is essentially, okay, I think I know what I should do. Turn Cortex really far to the right. That was not far enough to the right. It turned Cortex really far to the right, so that way Crash is going to try to clip into the door. And then I just shift 1/16 and then boom. How did Cortex die? He usually clips through shit. Essentially, I am fighting a soft lock prevention system. Okay. Turning him to the right does not help. Okay. Really like the video? Yeah, I like the video. You got something just for me? Let's go, dude. For me, you shouldn't have. Yo, MGG. That wasn't enough. Crash died that time. You think I'll like it? Let me see. Damn, crazy. Thanks for the good luck. All we're doing right now, we're just checking. This is probably gonna be the final check I do with this door. Oh. Oh yeah, by the way, I added, that's nuts. No, I wait a little bit, usually. I jump, and then I start moving. With this door, it seems better to start moving later. Or earlier than the other door. The other door seems to be better when you start moving around the peak of the jump. Whereas this one, it seems to work better if you start moving immediately. And I'm not sure why. It feels like RNG. It kind of does, but it's not. If you do the same things every time, it will give you the same results. The only thing is the camera angles are almost never the same. And since I'm using stick and not D-pad, pausing for frame perfects aren't viable. Sort of. Like, yes, but also no. Yes, pausing for the frame perfect intervals would work. But every pause is 0.8 seconds, which means that it would defeat the purpose of the Setup. It is life RNG. Actually, that's not a bad way to put it. Unless I can find a setup that works with just holding right. Cultured people call it hand RNG, yes. If I can find a setup that where I'm just holding right on the stick, I probably won't... Wait. That should work on the left side, actually. Nope. This one also seems to kind of like being further away. That was too far away. I could just do it that way. And then just hope that that's gonna work. I mean, if it works enough, I'm gonna not care. Because that would be very similar to setupless. You praying for a trick is the method? Imagine. I mean, if I do this do the door skip this way, oof. And I get it, I would freak the fuck out. I'd be tweaking. That's too far. I'd be literally fucking tweaking. I just had to go with intuition at that point. That should work. I'm gonna do a timing method instead of, I'm I'm gonna do a timing method instead of a visual cue. And that should get me close. It works. Yo, Ollie. Why does the timing method work better than the visual cue? Why does it work better? It works better for some stupid reason. And that's basically setupless. Yes, I found it. fucking Strat Finder intuition always finds a way. All my visual cues are wrong, goodbye. That's not even a visual cue anymore. Just do it. True. Now I'm not getting it at all. Lol. However, this is a method that works, so like oh. I bet you the reason why it wasn't working was because I was using the stick. Intuition to keys everything. I don't know about that one. But my intuition is definitely something. My intuition is not something to be trifled with. That I know for sure. I would say my intuition is never wrong, but that's total bullshit. I know exactly why that didn't work too. Because now that I'm not using other visual cues, I can pay attention to Crash's location. Crash was too far down, actually. Can I adjust that using the stick instead of the... You know what? I think I can adjust it with the stick now. Which strat is the hardest out of all the categories? I would say that if we count complex strats, Cortex Antagony is absolutely the hardest, but if we're saying individual strats, I'm not sure. In any percent, it's really hard to choose. In reality, this clip is not that bad. It's just what I'm doing for it is what sucks. It's aside from Crash to any percent, that's what I'm thinking, yeah. Okay, so if I actually lab this out, by the way, fully, there is a small chance that I could sub 920. Crash to any percent is very optimized. You can't really go faster than Crash to any percent. But if I get a sub 920, this would be the second most. Your intuition says no. I highly doubt it. I'm gonna check to see if I could do the same on the first door. I don't think I will, but I'm gonna check to see if I can do the same. As they say, you never know. Yeah, it's just I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. Do I do practice sections in emulator? No. Because of input lag and angle differences. I do labbing in emulator, but practicing, no. I think practice is detrimental. Practice on emulator is detrimental due to stick angle differences and input lag differences. Right. What is the thing that I just did? Oh, right. I tapped up left? I tapped up left instead of... Interesting. You seeing the vision? I'm checking to see if this is gonna work, because there's a potential for this to be faster, or not faster, but more consistent. And if I can get past this way more consistently, you know what? What is a really quick visual cue I can do for this? If I can make the visual cue like super quick. No. However, I can use the idea that I had before with the other door. I feel like my nose is bleeding. Crash his head isn't a bad idea. No, that's not what I'm using. I'm using his feet. Unless I move in a down left position. Let me see. My nose is not bleeding. Comfortable with the money situation? No. Absolutely not, unfortunately. I'm always broke. It's either I hold down left and then I wait until I get a visual cue and then I hold left. Or I hold down right and do basically... Nah, I don't speedrun for money. The money is always a nice thing to have, but that doesn't mean that I'm doing this for money. I give people the option to give money if they want to, but like, that was weird. I've never seen that before. I like it. I mean, I can always just go back to what I was doing before, which before I wasn't really doing much of anything. Unless I curve inwards instead of outwards. Because that was what I was doing before, was curving inwards, not outwards. Okay, curving outwards does not fucking work. Something new discovered? Well, yeah. I need to know where the fuck I stop for that, because I... No discovery? I don't know about that one. Yeah, that wouldn't work. I could go into the wall and then tap up left. Bruh, fuck you. An up left flick might actually do the trick. I tried doing an up left flick. Somehow this still worked. First door is a lot more consistent. That's why I decided to go for this mostly setup-less. I mean, my guess is... I'm guessing that's why we found the door skip on the first door first. But I mean, it doesn't matter because I'm nervous once I get to Antagony. So I can't exactly do this part consistently. I think I know what I can do to make this consistent, though. I think I just figured out the method for it. It's just that sometimes, like in that situation... Okay, yeah, I figured it out. I did think that that could have been a, I did think that that could have been, like, something to be used consistently, but I didn't think about it, which is just basically using Crash's running animation to put Crash in a good position. I thought about it, but I didn't really implement it. Yo, Firebolt, thanks for the good luck. Could do ball ricochet. No longer hesitating there. That should save me like a quarter of a second. I'm just gonna see if the, Thanks for the good luck. I'm gonna see if the, Okay. Okay, game. Nobody mentioned the life counter. True. Ricochet and rebound. Ricochet is like, you refer to the angle. Rebound is just bouncing back. Okay. I'm gonna check to see if the same shit works for this door. It worked. But does it work consistently? If it works consistently, I'm using it. Or if it's even like a 50%, I'll still use it. Especially if I could get through the first door really consistently anyways. You're surprised anything in this game can be consistent? Most things can be. How short? Have I ever wondered how short the level looks when doing all the tricks? I know time-wise how short it is, but... that was just one little tap after... oof. Tap forward, maybe? The 3 doors can be, yes, but only 2 of them actually work. Only 2 of them save time. That's why this is 3rd door clip. You can clip through the 2nd one, but it doesn't save time because you can't, you can't save time with it because you can't get the twin split snipe. With a small tap forward. Small tap forward might actually be the thing that makes this work. Yeah, there's three ball gadget doors. Okay, an up left tap seems to work. go into the corner and then up, left tap, and then... They're called Energon spheres? Okay, Energon these nuts. Don't mind if I don't. Okay, Pete. Spanish viewer, buenas. Gracias por pasarte. Puedes escribir en español como quieras. Por eso está puesto en el título ES, porque significa español. Si te sientes más cómodo escribir en español. Do I have to wait? I might have to wait a little, like a small amount of time for the camera to settle. El españolete. Exactly. ¿Qué estaba esto? Joder. Let me see. Mierda. What will it be worth? Sure. Hmm? Hmm? Now that one was something worth paying attention to. What I just did there is something worth paying attention to. Imaginaos. That would be a second lost, actually. La razón por la que normalmente no hablo en español en mis streams prácticamente es porque los hispanohablantes no escriben en español en mi chat. A mí no me importa si la gente escribe en un idioma u otro. I think I know what to do. I think if I do the thing and then I tap left once. If I do that, I save a second, and then oof. I'll mess with this a little bit more. If I don't get the result I'm looking for, I'll just, Oh, wait. Wait. That's right. Ucraniano. Claro. Okay. Too much. Too much. Tiene sentido. Okay. Too far. Camera was too far. Okay. Okay, there we go. Y en ruso, es que estoy aprendiendo ruso también. Pero no me gusta la INTA. Porque soy viejo. Okay. I might be able to adjust it based on Crash's position. I would love to just, like, master this fucking thing. That was weird. Okay. Okay, fast, Nina. And then we're doing runs. That doesn't count. Okay. What? Okay. I don't know why that one's being so stupid. Have unused epilogues? Oh, shit. Sí, estoy estadounidense. Nativo. Solo lo había aprendido por autodidacto. Es que soy el único en mi familia que sabe español. Y crecí en un lado en que no había muchos hispanohablantes. Solo por hablarlo por internet y por autodidacto. Oh no, Pete's talking about CTR. Okay. I'm trying to figure out, like, what I can do. To kind of, like, make this work with my hands. Como casi toda la gente que se nota que habla bien el español. If I do it that way, it always feels like my hand's lagging. I'm not sure why. It always feels like I'm about to miss it if I do it that way. I want to make sure I can do this first before I'm doing runs, because I will be nervous. Do I pretend? I don't pretend. No mi entendí, pero... Vale, me habéis fiado. Soy español. No es una mentira, claro. Me habéis pillado. Dude, let's go. Today, this timing is working just fine. Okay, now it's not. Oh, I get it now. I understand why I was fucking this up. Okay. I understand implicitly why that was messing up. I was pressing B too early. Okay. Alright. I understand now. That's what I was thinking was happening. Me has cazado, tío, joder. Yo, Abdo, thanks for the good luck. Yeah, there we go. Damn it. The game dropped the jump. I can still get the trick if I don't get the Nina double jump, though. I think. Yeah. I was pressing it too damn early. Okay, yeah. Time for runs. Las puertas de otro récord. No, es que ya, ya logré perfeccionarlo. Okay. There you go. The classic first attempt of the day. Ah. Should have practiced that a little bit beforehand. Yo, Rage, thanks for the good luck. The classic first attempt gets past Nutskip. Damn it. Oh, that sucked. That was about to be a mid 120. I still can't shake the nerves. Uncommon G Pro L, true. The Nut's planning something. Los glitches. Es una pregunta muy difícil. para, ¿cómo se dice? Responder porque hay tantos glitches. I wish it were that common. Damn it, fuck. Difícil de responder. Boat. True. I'm on a boat. Can we do this? Perfect camera angle too. I hate swag stand. Did not get the bat. Es que hay montones de bugs y glitches, etc. En que, especialmente por el desarrollo de los glitches, porque había estado desarrollando glitches. Es muy difícil de responder. Commentary over. I appreciated it. Imagine. Damn it. A new sub 930W. Yeah, we're going to see just how much time I can save. Okay, Crash's head is not moving, unfortunately. I don't think I could do the TAS stuff here unless Crash's head starts moving. Nope. I need Crash's head to move, or it's not gonna work. Yeah, sub 930 is just bound to happen. Common is so weird nowadays. True. Okay. So this will be a 121. Yo, Marty. This pace is a little more manageable. Being on like low 120 or whatever. I have no idea. I don't think I'm an NPC, but I don't think I'm a main character either. Have you lived in France? Yo, that's like me. People ask me, in terms of twins, you haven't even been there, yeah. That's like me. It's like, have you ever been in a Spanish-speaking country? It's like, I was in Mexico for a week. Depends on what the show is about. Now I have a sum of best of 120 of 925. There's about 6 seconds of time save in Antagony. So it would be about a 919 or a 918, depending on the door skip. The last door skip, I can... If I save another second out of it, it'll be 918. 918. Aw, damn it. The thing that's kind of nice, though, is that when nut skip is actually working, I have a pretty high chance of getting out on pace. Like yesterday, I had a run that was 924 pace because I was 9 seconds ahead, flipping into the door. And that was with tons of time loss in Warp Skip and Hub 2. And I lost like 2 seconds. The sub 920 is within the realm of possibilities, but very unlikely to happen. Yeah, the sub 920 is within the realm of possibility, but unlikely. I would have to be... Should you shave or keep your snail trail? I don't know. What do you want to do? Personally... Now, this is coming specifically from me. If it were me, and I'm not saying not on you, if it were me, I would say destroy all body hair because I hate body hair. Like, on myself specifically, particularly facial hair. Also, that doesn't mean that I actually shave my body hair. I'm too fucking lazy for that. But if I had the choice, I would just say no body hair. It's just annoying to me. On other people, I really don't care. Unless I'm actually interested in the person. But I really do, just straight up just do not care. Then again, if she... I'm gonna keep her, let's go, dude. If she doesn't have a beard, I don't want her. Yo. Hatake is spitting facts. Under certain condition, yeah, I would have to be like really fucking... It's really tight. It's not impossible. the hell's that? That's weird. Torture yourself, basically, yeah. I just hit load by accident. Why do I have a friend request? Who's... Oh. Okay. She's the man, I have not. Okay, like, so I'm not denying the possibility anymore of a sub 920. But I also am not saying that that is something that I will aim for. Because right now, the fastest I'm really seeing myself getting is a 921. And that's with, like... Have I seen chick flicks? I think there was one. And I can't remember exactly what it was called. I don't exactly watch movies, nor do I... was I ever exactly popular with women. Had to be pretty much perfect for a 921, something like that, yeah. Sub 925 is fairly easily within my grasp. Oh, how the times have changed, imagine. Damn it. I pressed the wrong... That was the wrong camera. Supposed to press right, not left. There we go. It didn't work because I was going up left instead of up. Yeah, Rach, unfortunately that ship sunk. Did I watch Hunter x Hunter? I have not watched it. Don't worry about it. The thing I said that I did not want to discuss on stream, basically. Is it any consistent? The left-hand side is consistent. It used to not be until I started holding, down on the right stick. Kevin needs to fucking move, Drew. You forgot? Nah, I'm good now. Understandable. Muchas veces, gracias por la veces, tío. Is it faster? Yes, it is. Come on. Do the inputs correctly now. Right-hand side is not faster. Left-hand side is faster by about half a second. The only reason why we assumed it was TAS only, and I found a method to make it actually work, which is really dumb, by the way. You just hold down on the right stick for a little bit, and then Crash can get closer to the cutscene trigger, which allows you to just always jump over it. Should you belly flop on the right? On what console? Unless you're talking about when you're at the farm. To get up to the farm, you should either do what people do on PS2, or worst Crash games ever. Incorrect, but you are entitled to your own opinion. Or you should go do the really easy early strat, which uses the bale of hay. You do have Xbox, but it's PAL. That is perfect. That is exactly what you should be doing, what you should be using. The bale of pain. European Xbox is the best console, and this nut sucks balls. No, I was about to mix the letters, and not on purpose. No, I had my depressive episode. I no longer have it. Damn it. Come on. Mine over Mutant might be the worst game. Why is bro coming in here saying opinions? Like, I respect your opinion, but like, do you really have to just come in and say it? Hang on, I need to reteach my hands the timing for this. That should have been the timing. I wasn't paying attention the past couple of times. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has them, but not everybody should whip them out in public. 120 should be consistent. 119s are possible. I think bro just completely ignored what I said. There we go. Maybe I need to do the flick. Maybe stick flick is exactly what needs to be done. This should be possible on PS2. It's more doable than the other strat, that's for sure. Might need to do stick flick, depending on the camera angle. I did find this on PS2. I just didn't know that this was an Xbox ledge when I initially found it, but it most likely is. All mech stages, let's go, dude. Meaning you've completed the tutorial. Damn, Denshi. Alright. Hands should be back in tip-top shape for doing fast shit. And now we should be getting the 120, the 120s and the 119s. Okay, listen. I respect opinions, but also respectfully, I would like my chat to not turn into nothing but an opinion fest. Because this happens, like, every time it floods my chat, it gets kind of annoying. And that's not to say that I don't agree or disagree with opinions. But please be mindful of flooding chat with opinions, because once one person comes in, everybody's got to piss in the pool. Every once in a while is okay. There's two, and you hate everyone who plays it? Damn. Rach coming in for the kill. Mods ban everyone here. Mods, check his underwear. His cheats might be hiding there. You know what? I would like to remind you this is my chat. Unfortunately for you, this is a dictatorship. I do not deal well with disrespect. Mods crush his skull. Also, by the way, I'm not mad at anybody. Hang on. This thing is... it's taking a little while to load. Come on. Why is this taking so damn long? No, es que a ti no hay ningún problema. Es el otro tío, porque literalmente se ve... ¿cómo se dice? Mierda, me cago en la puta madre. Es que el otro tío aparecía en el chat. Hacer o sea... Es que no me gusten opiniones. Solo es cuando hay nada excepto de las opiniones. Es que por alguna razón no puede cargar el chat. Esperadme. Seen him in a block of ice. Oh, what the fuck? Well, shit. Why is my PC being super slow? Sorry, but the thing is you're kind of being an asshole. Y si es que no te preocupes, no te preocupes, es que este tío, no dio respeto a mí, entonces está baneado. Solo es por eso. Actually, the thing is I was going to be a little more lenient until he said who pressed 2 for Spanish, which is rude. And then made another chatter think that he was also gonna get in trouble. And that's not fair. You're welcome, Rach. It's like I said several times. I do not deal with disrespect. I think everybody should treat everybody with respect and fairness, and obviously if the streamer says, like, hey, let's not talk about something. Poopy head? Whoa, that's crazy. Fellow was an alt. Claro. Es que... Sí. Es que literalmente era una flag muy mala. Es que sí es el primer mensaje. Es algo muy grosero. Do I have heaps of haters? Not really. Eso también. Pumpang existe. You're stinky. Whoa. Chiruka boke. Nanchatte. Pero. Do I have heaps of haters? Not really. I have wrinkly knuckles. How am I doing today? I'm doing. You got called a short, ugly, dog-looking bitch a few months ago? Whoa. That's actually mean. Yo, Pinstripe, thanks for the good luck. You know what the crazy thing is? You know how we were just lost interest and she was mad? Whoa, dude. That's mean. What the fuck? Pinstripe, listen. You know how we're just now properly getting public beta for CTR PC port. Spyro PC port is now fucking in gameplay. Spyro 1 PC port is now in fucking gameplay. Dude. What the fuck? Haters in the chat? No, it's YouTube. It's what Joseph said. It's YouTube. Oh yeah, so there's a public CTR PC port beta. I think it's public. Original. You know, the PC port that they've been working on for like 2 years or something? Weather absolutely sucks ass. I hope you have a water bottle with you. You never seen it? Yeah, it's been talked about a lot. It's not 1-to-1 yet, but the thing is fucking, dude, Spyro 1 is now in gameplay for a PC port. Dude, we're gonna see fucking Spyro 1 on PC soon. Now that's hype. You got called a stalker? Yep, that's about right. Women are mean. Except to Rach. Rach is cool. Of course, it's not all, but like, some people, unfortunately, in this generation have been taught to be mean. That's not just women, it's also men. We have been taught, unfortunately, in these generations to be, like, mean as fuck to everybody, and it's like, why? You could just be polite. Yeah, when physical media dies, we'll have the PC ports. And the thing is about the PC ports, they are the future of speedrunning. It does not fucking matter. Then you're creepy. Yeah, that can happen. Last time you've approached a girl, yeah. Problem is social media overblows how mean people look. Or how mean people are. So you kind of, like, see all these things and you, like, feel like it happens more than it does. It happens both ways too, by the way. Is like it works both with the approach and the person being approached. It's the exact same. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. The nut is causing problems. Nut always causes problems. Women date uglier men more than the other way around. I don't know if that's entirely true, but I do feel like very unattractive women do get treated worse. Maybe not necessarily from guys, but absolutely from women. They get bullied so much more, which is very sad. The most thing, if you're an ugly dude, is your friends will be like, yo, you ugly as shit, bro. And then just be like, let's get some food. That's basically like 90% of male friendships is like, let's get some food. They aren't seen as human. Yes, that is very true. That's something that kind of sucks. As it is, yeah. Well, like, apparently, and the weird thing is that, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, from what I have heard, because I don't know, I'm fairly conventionally attractive. That is what I have been told. Some people say that I'm actually, like, really attractive. Except the thing is I have never been able to really see that because I don't get compliments. Every time I've tried to, like, you know, talk to somebody and try to, like, you know, hey, you know, I think you're cute. It never goes anywhere. I've always gotten, like, really bad luck with that. So I don't even know if that's true. So I don't even know at this point, dude. Either I'm just, like, giga unlucky, people are gaslighting me, or something like that. World of shit, yeah. The thing that matters is what you feel, pretty much, yeah. I did get compliments when I was wearing my Sonic sweater. Yeah, sometimes it is the wrong place, wrong time, wrong person. And some people are just really fucking mean. Just in general, some people are just really fucking mean. But I mean, at the same time, I will always say this, it doesn't mean you should stop trying. It also doesn't mean that you're a defective person. Yeah. No homo, yo. Bro had to break out the no homo. Homo intended, but what happens if you want homo? Yo, let's go, dude. I lost like a second. I think this is a... No, it's a 122. I lost 2 seconds. We all want Homo sapiens. Not everybody, but we don't talk about those that don't. Yo, let's go. Homosexuality in the chat in 2026. It's almost like it's 2026, dude. What if we kissed under the G Pro chat? Get on VR chat. Yeah, big gay in the big 2026. At autism peak? Whoa. What is this, Christmas or something? Damn it. Autistic dating app, imagine. And el fucking big 2026, dude.
Victor and more
Years ago, I was Chinese. 2026, tío, joder. You'd pop off in there? True. Autism. Stand users attract each other, dude. Understandable, yeah. Well, see, then it wasn't even about you. It was about your social status. How optimized is this run? Oh yeah, that attempt was cooked. Go to Chick-fil-A and get one of those girls. Hatake knows what's up. Yo. Vale, provecho. A que aproveche. Que aproveche. Joder. This really is the app, yeah. Yeah, this run is pretty optimized. Que aproveche, tío, joder. I think what that run, well, it was like what, +2? I could have probably PB'd and maybe got the sub 930. Maybe. How many seconds left? At most 14. Yeah, but it's okay. Like, I mean, eventually those of us that wish to find... The man just stopped in nut. Those of us that wish to find somebody will probably eventually find somebody. Unless you stop trying. If you stop trying, then yeah. No Tesco, yep. Oh, come on, man. Would I rather skip on a nut or nut on a skip? Probably skip on a nut. Que rollo, compa. Also true. I've lost 2 seconds. So I can get like a 122. Nah, I didn't get the long jump. 125, right? Oh, I jumped too late. How does a skip get nutted on true? How fast I answered that? Cracked you up? Let's go, dude. Hell yeah. The real question is do I PB before attempt number 20,000? No nut November, but it's any percent without nut skip? Ew. You see how the nut tried to push me off there? I did do nut skip in November last year, I think. Maybe that was the year before. This is quite fast, by the way. Damn it. Go back to fountain skip? Hell no. Damn it. I didn't jump. You nut to that? Let's go. I definitely wouldn't want to do fountain skip. That's for sure. Hit the monkey for good luck. No, that always gives bad luck. Myself, since I found Mountain Skip. Red Hot Yeti. I think Smartkin pulled it off. I wouldn't be surprised if, who else? Probably Sloths pulled it off at one point. Damn it. Unless you mean in runs, because very few people actually pulled it off in runs. Pussy like a fountain. Yo, that pussy writing. Yeah, and runs Yeti red hot. And no, not Smartkin, I don't think. I wasn't doing any percent at the time. I'm doing. All my fellas hate Kevin, this is true. And not fairly quickly, it took like 2 years, I think. Come on. Okay, that's fair, yeah. It was only like 2 years. Nutskip, I think, was found in 2016, and that was not too long after. In 2017, Dimension Skip was found. Because Fountain Skip was found in 2014. And I have the video to prove it. Discord called, type exclamation mark Discord, I think. Maybe that doesn't work in, on YouTube. You can't find it publicly because I don't want bots. Here. And then I have to double. How come I go for that? Because it's faster and I've been tired of doing the other method. There you go. Now you should be able to enter it. Also I save 2 seconds with it. Even though I don't actually get runs into even though I don't get runs into Ice Climb as often, I'm almost always on pace. That's kind of like the whole secret sauce with it, is that I am on pace way more often when I'm entering Ice Climb, which means that, or well, Hub 2, so that means that I'm basically, like, actually... Is it faster? If I fail it once, I'm still ahead of the other strat. Usually by about half a second, but there's a chance that it can be more than half a second. Depending on how fast I back it up. I messed up the inputs. Messed up the inputs again. There we go. Let's do a little bit of hub 2. I'm pretty far behind though. This run could get a, you join the fridge. Yo, let's go, Pete. This is a pretty fast hub 2, actually. That was stupid. That was also stupid. Ugh. It's not that bad here in Ohio. Apparently there were some like flash floods in the southeast. Like severe ones, but get out of the way, Kevin. You see how this game fucking hates me? This game fucking abhors me. $33C. Right now for me I think it's like 20 outside. Down here it is 19. Yeah, this game does not want me to this game does not want me to do the run. Unfortunately, it has no choice but to accept. Well, we Midwesterners are like, we're kind of built different. We're capable of handling both cold and hot. Two degrees? Damn, that's cold as fuck for Australia. Yeah, I've never been up north. I can handle up to minus 25. Anything colder than minus 25 is where things start getting sketchy for me. Like I said, we Midwesterners are built different. Celsius, yeah, but it's not that different in Fahrenheit. Or, yeah. I'm just casually getting a good hub too, by the way.
Stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights.
I am 4 seconds off of Sum of Best right now. Thanks for the good luck. Nah, fuck. No! Ah! I hate it when that happens, dude. True. Run is Giga dead, but it ends in tragedy? Not necessarily. I'm only going because I'm checking to see how well I do the rest of Antagony. Should have died there. Damn it. Because, like, if I do the rest of Antagony basically perfectly, then... Okay. That's unfortunate. Okay. Antagony is way harder. Antagony is way harder than everything else. The hard part is basically half of the run. It is 4 minutes of some of the hardest strats ever implemented in the game. It's 4 minutes straight. It's more than the first part. Ate too much chocolate. F. That was sad. Eh. Third door should always give you anxiety. Third door, like, up until I get that body slam clip after the third door, do not be attached. Like, after that, you can be attached. I've practiced Fast Nina enough to where Fast Nina should be, consistent. But I mean, if you want to wait until after Fast Nina to be attached, go ahead. There we go. Damn it. Okay. I'm gonna change that movement back to something else. But yeah, after the Nina phase, we can all be extremely hyped. That is exactly when the run is almost guaranteed unless I somehow get Mecha Glitch. And Mecha Glitch is super rare with these strats. And the best part is I've perfected... Can I theoretically PB if I go through the third door normally without Cortex? No. You could cover each bootleg briefly in a YouTube short? Yo, let's go. That's not a bad idea, Pete. No, third door skip saves way too much time. It's like 15 to 20 seconds, I think. Or maybe it was just 10 over ball glitch. I can't remember how much time exactly, but it's a lot of time save. It's way more than first door clip. First door clip saves like 3 seconds if you do it setupless. Third door clip saves a ton of time. I wasn't high enough. Essentially today, if I don't PB today, the idea is I want to get used to being like -4, -5 into Antagony. So that way, like, when I'm actually doing good runs, you have a question, I may have an answer. If, as long as I get used to it, because, like, I'm already, like, basically fully, I'm Antagonied up. I'm ready to pull off a near-perfect Antagony right now. I have been ready since yesterday to pull off a near-perfect Antagony. In the room where the last ball is, in what way? I'm full of ants, imagine. In that hallway in specific, you can, but I don't see why that would help, because you can't get past the room. Trade meme coins. This is the second time you said this. I do not understand what the hell that means. I don't think so, because Cortex has a node he attaches to. Trade you some Dogecoin? No. Nutcoin? True. You would have, in order to make that work, you would need to... I know what meme coins are. I'm wondering why he's saying that I sound like I trade meme coins, because I fucking don't. Only somebody with a low IQ would trade meme coins. Vandy coin is a good one. I could call that my channel points, nut coins. I don't get it, because, like, it's probably because the majority of those people are autistic, and I am also autistic. To resist to get unhealthy food? Damn. Okay, Pete. I'm gonna check, I'm gonna open up the editor, and I'm gonna look at the chunk. I'll see if your idea cooks. Let's see if the idea cooks. That is pre-treasure, I think. I don't think it's core B. Alt Earth Lab. Oh wait, no, it's not lab, it's 4. Free treasure. Damn. He shall return. The biggest problem is that, okay, so if you get out of here, let me show this on stream so that way people know what I'm talking about here. I'll click this window capture and then do RM viewer and then open it. Okay. All right. So okay. So so this is the chunk that you're talking about, right, Pete? So the way that you would go out of bounds would be from here is you would throw Cortex into here. Hang on, let me turn on my mouse. Okay, my mouse is on. Okay. So you would throw Cortex into here. And then you would go up here, but then the problem is you have no way of going up here. Because all of this is basically like flat. Let me see here. You can see the triangles if I do this. Yeah. Now there's a potential way, but I don't really see that this could actually work unless somehow Crash can like flip through this part. I'm showing the level editor right now. Wait a second. You could twin split. So you could basically get Cortex like here, and then you basically like actually no, what you would do is you would basically place Cortex here, then you would move forward and then spin him and then spin the ball into here. You have a long jump, so you can long jump across this gap and then throw Cortex, and then you could time a body slam clip where I think you would have just enough ability to be able to clip through here. And then you would actually just completely forfeit having to do this clip entirely. However, I'm not sure if you would actually clip through this part. But if you could, you would forfeit that. But we would have to come up with some crazy fucking timing, because we can't hear Cortex teleport. Probably we would need a metronome for that. Because if you clip through here, there's no way you can come out of here. Which is sad. Tried a few times. I mean, the best way to try it would be to do levitate code. Chance you could push yourself through the ceiling. Technically, it's not a good chance, but it is a chance. But I mean, the biggest problem is that we essentially flip through here. That's how this works in general. The problem is that once you get here, the camera does weird shit. Like it does not like to go further to the right. So depending on where the camera is when you jump on the pillar, you can't turn the camera more. And the closer you get, the more that it gets angled. Unless you hold right trigger and then down right, then you can basically get an almost forward angle. Wait a second. You really do this again? Ow! I didn't think about this. Am I saying that there's a chance? Yes. I forgot that I can use the stick. Buena superior. I forgot you could use the stick. PS2 and get to work then. You could just use levitate code. Levitate code would prove if you can get through that door that way. I mean, if you prove it, that's gonna suck balls, because that means that I'm gonna have to actually do it. And I do not wish to try to learn how to time it. I might have to learn how to do a metronome or something.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil.
I would do it right now, but I don't have another cable to plug my controller into the into my PC to check it out. And I don't want to walk out to my car and grab the USB-C cable that's in it. That's in there. You for the strat, yes, but for testing to see if you could clip through it, you don't need it. You could just use the levitate code to check to see if you can do it. Wait, Cortex teleports to me, right? Does he teleport to me if I'm here? He does not. Yes, but the thing is you won't easily be able to do it. You have to do twin split. I could show you how to do it. How you would do it in theory, which you could do with save states if you want to test it. I'm just checking something real quick. Another thing that Pete was talking about. Right, okay. Because this would actually technically make this, like, way easier. And it's... yeah, it is essentially the same thing. Welcome back. Okay, Cortex. Distractions are very good for just, like, maintaining calm. That's why I'm, like, not focusing so hard. Yeah, no. Alright, this is what I was doing. As soon as I fucking remember that, I can do it. Happens all the time. Okay. So if anybody wants to test this... dumb thing... hang on, let me get over there first. The door skip is not RNG exactly. The level of precision, like it's chalked up mostly to, the camera. The reason why I have two theories. One of them is that I am on the European version. Camera does work a little differently. It's weirdly satisfying. Yeah, I know. I loved that it used to use a Wumpa route, but now that we do first door skip, Wumpa route is not entirely viable. I could still do a Wumpa route, but I don't want to risk it. Wait, I could do a Wumpa route. Hang on. That's not faster. I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. I was thinking. Damn it. Okay. Damn it. I was not, I'm not to the right enough. I need to be more to the right. Yo, Jet. Thanks for the good luck. Nope. Damn it. Nope. I think I'm throwing him too early. That should be enough. Yep, there we go. Have an audio cue for that. So this is what you would do. Wait, I forgot. Hang on. So this is what you would do. Wait, hang on a second. There's no way, right? This would be hilarious. I they eat those. Okay. ¿Qué son? Vortex went on vacation, yeah. The problem is that this is a little slow. Oh, Cortex is dead.
Oh my, I almost forgot. The treasure. Our treasure.
Yes, we are rich.
That treasure is stolen property.
Oh.
It's a little late to develop a conscience, Doctor.
Personally, I don't care. But I think he might want his gems back.
Are fans of Peruvian Crash YouTuber? I see. What do I do? Can I die? Yeah, no, while I think that might work, is this dimension skip shit? I don't know. Maybe. What's the point of making him invisible? The idea was to try to make him spawn to Crash, but then you can also basically use that to make him not die. The problem is it's slow. It's quite slow. But it would make all of that consistent. There were 3 ends, true. New cursed cutscene is always a victory, that's also fair. But yeah, no, unfortunately, that's not an option. What I just did is not an option for speed. For consistency, yes, but not for speed. Unless we could get Cortex to teleport to Crash and then be able to, like, flip him into the ceiling from there, I don't think that that's gonna be worth it. Cortex the Forbidden One. If you have the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth letters in your hand, you win the game. If you draw Cortex the Forbidden One. Only real ones know what that is. Yikes. $28. We take those. This could be another 317 if I do well. Aw, I actually got it that time. Damn it. They never really specified why Brio and Tropy were against Cortex. I think they just felt like it. Bad guy's gonna do bad things, I guess. I mean, for Engine it makes sense. Because Engine was attracted to Co-Cortex. Was crucial every part. los clipeos de las puertas y warp skip. Crap. I need to start doing that because that movement is just much better. Engine having his heart broken by Cortex would have been a very good... would have been a pretty good reason, to be honest. Trophy would resent Cortex just because... bad guy's just gonna do bad things. I mean, but at the same time, you know, who cares? It is a silly video game about an orange marsupial. That is more or less just how I look at it. I genuinely mean it when I say I really don't care about Crash Bandicoot lore, and it surprises me that people do. Because it's just a silly game about an orange marsupial and a dude with a big fucking N on his forehead. And you want to care about whether the lore makes sense? Wait, hold up. I don't have enough Wampa. Yeah, Purple Dog is also there. I mean, to be fair, Crash and Spyro have always been in... they've always been intertwined. Impact that who? You mean Pete? Pete has had an impact on the Crash series? I mean, he's had an impact on the speedrunning for Crash games. Only Crash lore I care about is when G-Pro voices it. Oh yeah, because I sort of like, well... oh, Mojo is in Titans. There's no way. Oh, that's bad movement, damn it. Where's Bro going? Why did Bro go there? I mean, Kylie kind of sort of made a video essay on how I've impacted Twinsanity, at least any percent. I mean, it wasn't just me, but of course, at the end of, like, Basically, once you get to where I start actually doing any percent, it's just me, then Dio, then me. I have improved the record 25 times, and it's been about 23 in a row. Basically, all of the major... all of the time saves outside of one were spearheaded by me in any percent in the past 2 years. But a lot of it has more or less it was RNG or coincidence. It's both. There's a level of RNG. The patterns are not, like, where they move after they spot you is not RNG. That is, they're following a script based on Crash's position. They choose the second worst direction to go. Yeah, I was gonna say the reason why Pete was talking about lore, but I'm not going to say anything in case I don't want to spoil. I will just say this. In Pete's new video, there is an Easter egg. And I'm not gonna say any more. And it isn't implicitly stated either. Reminds you of the Goombas in Mario 64? Yeah. So, they're spawning... Okay, so there's, I don't usually talk about this, but those villagers, if I'm not mistaken, their movements start here. And if they don't start here, they start, I'm pretty sure they start here. There's a global cycle where, like, that dictates their positioning. And they move in an almost random direction based on the times. I think it's down to at least half a second or something. So if I get a specific, like, second time, I will know approximately where they're going to be. Like, say 125 is usually the worst out of all of them. It's like in cycles of 3 seconds. 123 tends to be the one villager is like aiming backwards, and usually what that means is he's going to go directly for you, or he's going to go backwards. Low 123 tends to be he's walking down left, and you don't have to worry about him at all. Quite nice. So there's patterns to it, and also, by the way, this is secret knowledge, because this is one of the ways that I would know if somebody cheated. It's like I have said before, because the topic of cheating has been brought up. Top level runners know how to cheat in their games. They just choose not to, because why the fuck would they? Like, who are they proving? That's the thing. That's the thing. Is like if you look at me and what I'm doing, it's like I'm not. I have no competition. I have no competition. I care a lot about the speed game, including, like, you know, my own achievements in this game, and I always want people to do better. I show off everything because, yeah, I respect integrity. I care about integrity a lot. But the thing is that when you have a lot of knowledge in a game, you know how to cheat. It's just that, why would I disrespect the runners? Why would I disrespect the community? Why would I disrespect myself to do something I already know I'm capable of doing? And if I ever do something that would be, like, cheating, in quotation marks, like a segmented run, it's going to be labeled as such. And I'm never going to pass it off as a run. The 905 I did was segmented. No. Estoy haciendo runs. I think forcing hand cam is stupid. Suggesting or insinuating that you ought to use hand cam for runs, I think that's great. But forcing somebody to do something, to have extra equipment that they already spent, like, tons of money to be able to just stream, punishing somebody for being good is bullshit. It's a terrible idea. You should never punish somebody, because the thing is the majority of cheaters are going to get caught. Even if they have the top level knowledge to be able to cheat well, top runners are still going to be suspicious of the person. Yes, that's very true. It's going to be detrimental because other people in the community are like... Other people in the community are going to start expecting that people need to start doing this. That's the reason why that's a bad idea. Putting that into light, which the thing is when you are a moderator for leaderboards of speedrunning, you understand that these are possibilities. It's just that you also understand that the majority of people will not do this because there's no reason to. Like, what clout are you gaining? You're not gaining shit from cheating. You'll get, like, a little bit of claim to fame for, like, a little bit, but all the top runners are going to be suspicious of you. Then you play the victim, pretend like there's nothing happening, and then once you get caught, you decide to play the martyr. This is what happens with all cheaters, and a lot of times the behaviors are very similar between cheaters, and trust me, I've seen this a lot. I've seen this a lot in speedrunning. I've been around speedrunning for a very long time. I've seen cheating, I've seen this, I've seen that. Por la izquierda. Pues es que ya está, ¿cómo se dice? Ya está desarrollado. I will make sure that it doesn't get forced in Crash. But I can tell you how Crash people have always been, is they will just literally tell you to fuck off. Even if the Spyro people try to tell them that, Crash people will just tell them to fuck off. The Crash community has always kind of been, like, extremely forward about the ways that they think. So if you do something that they think is fucking ridiculous, they're not going to mince their... They're not going to, like, play nice. They will literally tell you... Played a video of a speed run and put a dude simulating playing it. Yes. That is also a thing that can happen, but people will catch that. like, webcam runs are not... Webcam runs are not, they are not exempt from scrutiny. You can play a TAS. You can play a TAS and, record, you could, record it off of a TV. Vamos. Ojalá, eh. But yeah, webcam runs are not exempt from scrutiny. Honesty being genuine, then things being sugar-coated. Yes. The Spyro community tends to be very sugar-coaty. The Crash community tends to not be sugar-coaty. This is one of the reasons why Sprash was never fully meant to be. They're like basically two sides of the same coin. Spyro has always been more gentle, and Crash has always been super rough. This is just how our communities are, and it causes lots of clashing. When there were sub-communities that were basically kind of like more Spyro or Crash, the Spyro-oriented and then more Crash-oriented, like say, there was the Farian clique and the White Paws clique. Farian clique was way more Crash and White Paws was more Spyro. There was so much infighting between them because the people in the White Paws clique would be upset because they would say that the people in the Farian clique were being offensive. And then the people in the Farian clique would be like, you guys are being too fucking sensitive. You guys need to lay the fuck off. It's none of your business. Essentially, like, that is... A lot of that stuff caused so much infighting. And the whole reason for that is because Crash speedrunning is a we don't give a fuck. We're gonna tell you how it is. And Sprash is like, oh, we gotta sugarcoat it all the time. Which is also why, like, say, in Spyro there are controversies surrounding relationships. And in Crash, that, like, never happens. Yeah. It's weird how they're so totally different from each other when they're both just funny, furry cartoon games. I'll never forget the day that I muted general chat in the Crash Discord. People were talking about fucking Bash or something, and I just said something like, people were upset saying, like, remove Rilla, and I said join Rilla, and somebody said, yo, Rilla's, like, extremely fucking hot. I would want to fuck his brains out. And I'm like, okay, that's enough for me, and then I muted general. I have not turned it back on since. Jack and Daxter community has, Jack and Daxter is, very... That's more just PlayStation Nation. You were told pretty harsh things. You knew nobody was being serious? Yeah. Jack and Daxter and Ratchet and, Sly, we're all a part of PlayStation Nation. Say the Sonic community. The Sonic community is basically more like Spyro, but in the opposite direction. They are basically an aggressive safe space, and they embrace toxicity. And of course I'm talking about speedrunning communities, but the Sonic community is basically completely and totally embrace toxicity. to the point where everybody is toxic. That's why there's so much drama in that community. Because nobody's a good guy. Almost nobody's a good guy. All the good guys suffer immensely from Sonic speedrunning. Actually, I'm gonna be honest. I'm surprised Boomfan is respected. Because Boomfan is a very no-nonsense dude. Kind of like me, I'm a very no-nonsense dude. I will speak up if I think you're being a piece of shit. As you could see from when, from the whole CTR stuff that was going on. I don't tolerate bullshit. And I will literally call somebody out and call them a piece of shit if I feel like it's deserved. But the Sonic community fucking hated me for it. And probably the difference is Boomfan was not really a moderator, whereas I was in several leadership positions. So, people just kind of ignored him, but they couldn't ignore me. Curious people? Yeah, that's true. We were all a lot more aggressive back in those days. Yeah. I've stuck a long time with Twinsanity because it just kind of resonated with me a lot. There we go. Oh yeah, casual communities are a totally different beast. Understandable. Never reached its full potential. With PC port, maybe. Only losing a second? Not bad. That was so dumb. Okay, Cortex died. Yeah, the problem right there was Crash was stuck in the ground, so I had no means of getting onto the thing. I had to do the wire jump, and the wire jump fucked my camera up completely. And yeah, Pete, I know you're not just doing that. There's a recompilation project working for Twinsanity. There was also a disassembly project. We will most likely get there at some point. Though I would assume, considering what's being done, I think CTR I think is a little bit better now because of certain things, but yeah, CNK, like, it is very competitive. But most of the CTR people I've met are good people. Like, I remember, I've made a lot of friends with CTR people. There's, what was his name? Allmark? Allmark Bender? I wonder what he's doing. I haven't even thought of that guy in, like, a decade. CTR modding is really exciting, yes. CTR PC port is also very exciting. Damn it, I messed up the inputs. Wasn't high enough. Messed up the inputs again. Oh, neat. DTR on emulator, you're not prepared for the competitive scene? Just wait for the PC port. I mean, there's public beta. You can look it up. Honestly, I would like to see if I can be a beta tester for the Spyro 1 PC port. I might see if I'm allowed to do that. I might DM Lumi. I would love to do beta testing. Check to see if there's any, like, unintended glitches or whatever, and see if things are one-to-one. I'm very good at being able to, like, check mechanics and stuff. I'd love to do that. See? Well, no. No uso un third party de... Se llama PXNP5. Y es que hay dos versiones del mando del Xbox. Es que el pequeño y el Duke. O sea, versión S. No, it would be fan-made. Most PC ports of this stuff would be entirely fan-made. It seems it's still in beta. Are you sure you're not talking about the fan remake, which is different? That makes sense. That is exactly what's going on with the Twins recomp. Yep, it's a recomp. The same thing with Spyro. Well, Spyro is like a mixture of recomp and decomp, because people were decompiling it and using recompilation methods. So Spyro 1 PC port is a mixture of recomp and decomp, because decompilation is people doing it. Recompilation is using a program to kind of make the code, is to translate the code. Yeah, a recomp would be able to put in all the deleted content. A remake would not do that, and all of the stuff would just be broken, gone. And it would not be implemented the same way. Sonic Unleashed did need that treatment, yes. Thanks for the good luck. This might... Nah, it's not a 122, it's a 123 for sure. Yep. No, there's no remake. There's fan PC port or recompilation. I was not looking at chat. I have no fucking clue how I got this. Or I was not looking at the game, I was looking at chat. A remake would never be good. Also, I think it's kind of ridiculous that we as, like, people that invest in video games have been conditioned to care so much about remakes of games.
Stronghold of evil. This is where
Fan remakes will never be good because it's amateur developers. It is ridiculous to expect them to create a quality product because by the time they can, they're going to be making money off of other things. Thanks for the good luck. My movement is all over the place right now. No! Fuck. Okay. May have saved it. I saved it, at least. Fuck! Twinsanity's not getting that treatment. It's not getting viable as a passion project, which isn't... Passion project is not gonna happen. That's not how these things work. This is why the best thing you can hope for is recompilation projects. Una secuela estaría espectacular, creo que no. En la industria hoy en día, no. Claro que no. ¿Y si estuviéramos en 2007? Sí. Pero ya es 2027, 26. It's mostly Sonic fans who are talented in remakes. They're not exactly talented in remakes. They are talented in coding because of Sage. Feel the frustration? Argumenta muay. Discord calling nice work, and even they were surprised with some of the things we found. Yes. Yeah, world record attempts are always about that. Just there's so many failures, and failures are just normal. You will always make mistakes unless you match the TAS in Super Mario Brothers. Look at the rent when you fix his damn door, true. Unfortunately, we humans are not machines. He managed to fix all the problems? He never fixed the problems. He just rebuilt the engine from scratch. 06 was only inherently flawed with its mechanics because they were unfinished. The actual design of the game was never an issue. They didn't have enough time to make the mechanics good because they lost their director. Like the game, the thing is that the game was made to become fantastic. They just lost their lead director halfway through development, and they were forced to rush the project. Even the demo that came out, the downloadable demo, was better, but they had to use an earlier version because it was more stable, because they had to get the game out. Yeah, what the guy did was he basically took the mechanics of SA1 and SA2. It was rushed, yeah. But that's the thing about, like, people don't understand that Sonic 06 would have been a fantastic game had they had more time to make the mechanics. Now, I'm not 100% sure about the lore, but again, it's a fucking blue hedgehog that runs the speed of sound. Who gives a fuck about lore? The game was set up to be fantastic, just like the other games. It's just that they were not capable of finishing it because they lost their director. The lead director quit. Game was doomed to fail. My angle was bad. That time I didn't have good, Okay, that was a crazy fucking proxy. And plus, like, I have no problems with Sonic 06. I find the game kind of fun. But at the same time, like, I love glitches. I love glitchy games, as long as they're not bad. And Sonic 06 isn't bad per se, but it doesn't feel great to play, but it's pretty fun if you know how to have fun with it. It's just not up to the standard of the rest of the Sonic series at the time. If we got that build, we could, but that doesn't mean anything. I don't think they got that much further. And usually things that happen in Japanese, usually things that happen in Japanese studios are a lot more tight-knit than Western studios. So that build probably doesn't exist anymore. most likely. It's crazy that we even have builds of Sonic 1, 2, and 3. I'm sure that, though, that, like, there's builds of Sonic 06 out. Oh, come on! It didn't let me jump. I'm sure there's builds of Sonic 06 out there that, like, exist, but wanting that is probably not... It's not gonna happen, I don't think. I would like to see, I would like to see, John Burton, release the other Crash Twinsanity prototypes he has. But the problem is we're probably not gonna get those. And it's just because, like, there's a lot of risks to releasing unfinished versions of IPs, especially with Activision. It's taboo in the industry, first of all. It would mean that a lot of people wouldn't want to work with him anymore, since John Burton's still in the industry. And also, Activision would probably aggressively sue the shit out of him. Especially right now, they're most likely looking for ways to make quick bucks, considering the whole Destiny fiasco. There we go, that's better movement. Yo, Ashun. Where's bro gonna go? $119 incoming, bro called it. Some old 3D Blast builds. That would be nice. I think it wouldn't be under as much fire if he did that, though. No! I didn't know where I was. $2.15 sucks. 10-minute playable demo out there. Yeah, true. Let's see here. El problema tal vez no sea el entusiasmo, sino que a mi parecer no hay interés real porque de haberlo seguro alguien ya hubiese hecho un intento siquiera. ¿Quién sabe? Es que, ¿quién sabe? Pero realmente, ¿verdad? O sea, prácticamente es un problema de las compañías. Por ejemplo, Activision es hijo de puta. Más agresivo de otras compañías. O por ejemplo, Sega. No hay tantos problemas en dar prototipos. Ah, claro. Yeah, see, that's part of the... That is part of the problem, that people don't care much about Twinsanity. But I think a lot of people don't think about recompilations. And the ones that do, like, don't try. Though I'm pretty damn sure that, I'm pretty damn sure that, that something is gonna happen. I mean, who knows? Maybe John Burton would listen to me or something, which he probably wouldn't. But it's like, hey, look, you know, I'm like extremely good at this one video game that a subsidiary of your company made. Could you at least allow me to secretly take the builds? Oh, come on. Can you let me fucking jump, please? By the same guys who made the originals. But then again, I don't even think that that's always the best idea. Remember Yooka-Laylee? That was made by the same guys that made Donkey Kong 64 and Banjo-Kazooie, and the game was lackluster. Hang on, I gotta relearn the... Exacto, sí. Pues es que está metida en el público la idea de... para esperar por un remake o remaster. Y no sé, no es una buena idea. No es algo buena, es algo muy malo. I love DK64. I think it's a fantastic game. However, gameplay padding is horrible. Yo, thanks for the good luck. It's a GoPro, imagine. Do I really have almost like 50 viewers without even like getting a raid? That's crazy, dude. Right at the end of my Twinsanity grinding. Conker's Bad Fur Day. I never played it, and I'm not sure if I will, but I know it is a fantastic game. Wants to witness the run to end all runs. I know. I can't wait for this run to finally be over, or this grind to finally be over, because it's gonna feel so satisfying. Claro que no saquen. Me never having friends to play video games with when I was a kid, basically. I did have one. But yeah, we're conditioned to want remakes and remasters. I think that's a cancer to the video gaming industry. Because everybody, and I mean, you know, no offense, by the way. Everybody talks about a remake for Twinsanity. Everybody does. It does get on my nerves a little bit. But also because, like, we're conditioned to think that that's the only option we have. I don't think the games deserve remakes. If a game is fantastic... nowadays, let the fans bring it... Buenas, ¿cómo andas? Let the fans do what they want with it. Not like, you know, steal the IP or whatever. Let the fans will take care of it. Sí, claro. Konami wasn't a dick. PC ports are most likely going to be the future for any video game preservation. Then the fans can do whatever the fuck they want. They can add cut content. They can add, you know, certain things to it. We don't need remakes of games. Remakes are... they're just very quick cash grabs. Now, I can understand in a certain light, like, say, you know, the Croc remake, which was made by Argonauts that revived themselves. That makes sense. Those kinds of remakes do make sense. They're too common. They're too common. Everybody, like, has this, like, idea that remakes are just gonna be good. No. Like, I mean, the best you're going to get out of remakes, it would be like Spyro Reignited Trilogy, and that wasn't even really as good as I think it should have been. But yeah, it's just the thing that would, as like people who want to play video games, we have been conditioned by the industry to buy these like fucking half-rate remakes and say, because it feels like feels at least reminds me of the original experience, not gets up to it, reminds me of the original experience, that it's good. When in reality, most of the time they're treated very poorly. The developers of the games are not allowed to have their creative freedoms because they're remaking a game that they don't know much about. They're not doing the creative freedoms. They're not doing what they basically, like, you know, learned in school and in their experiences to do. They're remaking something that wasn't even part of their idea to begin with. It's not creative. And then when they do take creative liberties, usually they're half-baked, half-rated. Outside of a couple of things, but most of the time, no. That's not good for the industry. It's not good for the consumer, because the consumer is paying $60, $70 for something they could do for free by pirating. It's nonsense. And then remakes, like, I mean, if you look at Final Fantasy VII, or was it 10, or whatever, no, it was 7, where it's like, it's taking 1 billion years to build, and they're not really adding that much to the games. They're just adding more things, which I'm not saying that that's not fantastic, but at the same time, it's like, dude, what the hell is going on? And then you gotta pay, like, tons of fucking money for it. And you want to tell me that... But the reason why we're expecting it is because the industry has conditioned us to do so. Because pre-2010, Crash has been dead since 2008 until Insane Trilogy. Is it really alive? They didn't make timeless classics. Crash 4 wasn't a timeless classic. Nitro Fueled wasn't a timeless classic. Nobody talks about them. They're dead again. Crash was just basically put on a back burner. Again. Would be the first to suit. Yes, exactly. That's another story? Kinda isn't. You can't say this franchise is alive right now. I don't know what... There's this really dumb idea of saying that because something got something, we should be satisfied, and... I kinda think that Crash shouldn't be treated this way. I should be dead. I missed the... That sucks so much balls, dude. Crash 4 is also the reason why I'm concerned for the new Spyro. Because I don't know if Toys for Bob can make it good. But Activision is definitely... Activision is definitely gonna try to do something and force their hand with it. But yeah, like, the idea is where would Crash be without Crash 4? Where would Crash be without the Insane Trilogy? Is it really that different? This is why I've argued that I don't think Crash 4 was good for the series. Is that it was a hit and then it vanished. Crash would not have been a I don't think anything really changed with Crash 4. It might have sparked some of the fan base, but I just don't see what these do to the series. I don't see many of the creative liberties. I don't think it makes a difference. That's why I say good enough is not... I don't think good enough is a good argument. It's something is not a good argument. It's never been. That's why I don't like remakes and remasters. At the end of the day, the idea behind remakes and remasters are the economists or the people looking at the money numbers to see if there's interest in the game. Instead of actually just trying to make advertisement for it and then make a good game, they're basically spending money to get quick cash, not allowing the people to have their creative freedoms to make an actual game to see if that game will actually spark the series. Then the remakes basically like accidentally, in quotation marks, make the people making the game assume that certain aspects of the game are what people want. So when they just assume that, instead of trying to make something new or something creative, it just doesn't work. At least they had a chance. They did not. The amount of sales doesn't mean anything. All it says is how much money they made. A good game can make a bad game can make a lot of money. All that does is just say if the game is good or bad. All it says is that the game was successful, and that's the only thing they care about, because the people that are saying, like, hey, look at this is where the money's going. I don't think that success of something initial success is what says what things are good, because in a business sense, they're going to follow the money. They're not going to follow the success. They're not going to look at people who say the game is good. They're not going to look at people and say the game is bad. They're going to look at how much money they sold. And that's what's going to tell them whether they're going to make a new game or not. Which is why when Crash Boom Bang, or not Crash Boom Bang, Crash Team Rumble fumbled the bag, they stopped Crash entirely. And I'm not even going to say Crash 4 is a bad game. I'm just saying I don't think it was good for the series. Insane kind of was a bad game. And it influenced what people thought, or what Toys for Bob thought people wanted for Crash 4, which was a brutally hard fucking game. Because they didn't have good feedback. Because they had the feedback of a game that was not developed properly, so it was overly difficult, more than it was supposed to, and they assumed that Crash people wanted brutally difficult. And looking at Dark Souls and all those other games, that's what they thought things were. That's where they thought the money was. So Crash 4 became a thing. What a lot of people don't realize about how these businesses operate is they look at the money. They don't look at success. They look at money as success. That's the whole reason why these remakes are traps. That is the whole reason why remakes and remasters are traps. All they're doing is just basically reminding somebody potentially of how experiences used to be. Then they're massively successful. The developers get the wrong idea of what the people want, and they have to basically they can't utilize the resources to make something super creative. This is why, back in the day, a lot of games had a lot more creative freedoms and a lot more leeway, because they didn't follow the money, they were trying to make something really good. But nowadays, it's all about the money. So when we say remasters are, great for spawning hype, they're not. They're traps. They're traps to get people to believe that good enough is good. And that creative freedoms, it's all stupid. It's the reason why people keep trying to make these MOBAs. They're trying to recreate something that's already happened with no clear thing. You still want your Crash breadcrumbs? Imagine. All of it is because people don't understand that the companies do not care whether they make a good product, they care about if it sells. But back in the older times of the industry, when we had the great games, it wasn't about the money. It was all about making the game good, because that's what they had to do to survive. That's why indie games are usually so good, because they have to make the game good. They're not following the money, they're doing what they want to do. The original Crash games did the exact same thing. The original Spyro games did the exact same thing. They weren't trying to make a game that was following money, they were trying to make a game that was good, so people would buy it. Which kind of it becomes the self-fulfilling prophecy at some point. It's really sad. And also, I'm not saying that I think your opinions are invalid. Of course not. I'm just saying that when it comes to the industry does not care about your feelings. Nowadays, the industry does not care about people's opinions. They follow only the money, and the money leads to things that make them not successful. What is the camera doing? I lost a lot of time. Well, the run's dead. No, I'm sorry if what I'm saying kind of pisses people off, but unfortunately, that's how the industry works. And it makes me upset. It should make us upset. It really should. And it's why we shouldn't expect breadcrumbs, and we shouldn't expect these types of things, because it's only really just to make us spend more money on something that already exists. Because at the end of the day, if fans really want something, they will make it themselves. I don't know why I keep not getting the jump there. It's basically like these fan-made PC ports from recomps and decomps. It's because the fans want to preserve the games without having to do a remake or without having to wait for the 50 millionth fucking port that sucks ass. They just want a genuine PC port. They just want something genuine where they can make mods and have fun with their games. They don't want to have to spend $70 for something that they've already spent money on, or that the industry's not going to make much money off of anymore. Which is why I always bring up the thing of, like, do you think this game deserves a remake? No, it doesn't. No games deserve remakes. They deserve PC ports. PC ports that actually matter. Let the industry make new games. Let the fans deal with the old content. I don't think it deserves a fan-made remake either, because, again, a fan-made remake is not almost never going to be good. Now, if it happens, I'm happy. I'm very happy, because I want to be wrong about that, because I want to see good games. I want to see fans making good stuff. Look at fucking Sonic. Look at Sage. You know, the fucking Sega Hacking Expo. That's amazing. What people are doing in that's amazing. But yeah, it's all the same slop. The weird thing is, because I know a couple of video game developers, I'm friends with a couple of them, and you know what they tell me every time I say that video gaming is horrible? They always say, no, you're wrong. Video game programming is a treasure trove right now. And when you look at things that are hidden and obscure, they're right. But the thing is these talented individuals don't get hired. And their projects don't get funded, which means that they don't get noticed. But on the consumer's end, we can't just go and support every single fucking, like, indie creator. We can't do that. It really should be on the AAA companies to figure this shit out. But instead, we get remakes and remasters up the ass. We get teasers for these games, which are, like, half-wit, lackluster, or only good enough. And then it's like, people will say that, like, hey, look, you know, you're wrong about Crash 4. And it's like, I could very well be, but the problem is the industry did not think the same way I did. Or the industry doesn't think the same way the consumer does. That desync is everything. But if you look at some indie games, Silk Song, $20, by the way. One of the most fantastic games that I have played in recent years. I fucking love the shit out of that game. Expedition 33, the French game that I'm probably never going to play because it's not my type of game, but that game is considered, like, unequivocally fucking amazing. The developers can make good games. Am I a fan of Souls? Not really. I don't like brutally hard games. Wasn't indie, though? It wasn't? Could have sworn Expedition 33 was their first game. They definitely weren't AAA publishers. AA? Yeah, that's technically indie at this point. I would still say that it's still kind of like follows under those rules. What I'm doing right now is the hardest thing in gaming. I wouldn't say it's the hardest thing in gaming. I'm definitely doing something very difficult. That I'm not going to argue with that. I am doing something incredibly fucking difficult. But I don't like brutally hard games. Twins hit list, that would be easy as fuck. You know, ironically, by the way, any percent is almost hitless. It's one hit, and, well, I guess there's a couple of deaths in it, but... My No Dimension skip has, like, 2 hits in it. Hey, 119 boat is what we like to see. I lost speed there. Like 0.2, 0.3, I think. Okay. Okay. I am gonna be about minus 2.3-ish. At least the bat was perfect. I don't know what time this is gonna be, actually. The game is trying to, like, proxy me everywhere, though. I'm surprised I didn't lose 2 seconds. Damn it. Ah. This is a crime. F. I'm getting better at that.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we roll.
I am getting a lot better at that, actually.
Passed under the rug.
Here it comes. Kinda, sorta. Damn it. Should be dead right now. The game really tried to kill me. Like, really hard. I don't know if I'm ahead of PB or not. I'm about a second behind, I think. Damn it. I think it was like a second behind PB or something. Bubsy made a comeback. Yeah, because people actually cared about that, which is crazy. I mean, that very well could have been, a PB. I just don't think it could have been sub. No, I would have needed a perfect antagony to sub 930 there. If I got a sub 930 in that run, I probably would have been very sad. Damn it. Did the inputs wrong? Inputs wrong again. Okay, the little stick flick actually does matter. But I do have to kind of like adjust it. Hang on, let me get back to... Okay. Yeah, the real question is do I get this? Do I get the PB before I reach 20,000 resets? To slightly angle your table. Yeah. Yo. So I may not be reaching Antagony that often, but I know that once I get Warp Skip, I think I'm gonna be able to get. Once I get a decent Warp Skip, I'm probably also gonna get a good Antagony. And if I'm -5, you know, 316 or whatever. Which 316 is essentially what that is, basically like the god run at that point. 316 might give me a 922 or a 923. A 318 could give me a 924 because I was on, well, 317 pace. At one point I was on 317 pace with 2 seconds of time loss, and I was on 924 pace. Yeah, the nerves, by the way, if I'm on the final boss, the nerves, by the way, if I'm basically going towards the final boss on 924, 923 pace, oof. I'm hoping that I get a near perfect Antagony in the next PB. Están activadas. En superchats. Creo. ¿No están? ¿No hay? ¿En serio? Psh. Entonces la desactivaron. Joder. Y no me he dado cuenta. I thought all this time I had the super chat option. I don't. I can fix that. Déjame un intento más y lo arreglo. Okay, I'm gonna fix it. YouTube's fucking stupid. What about super chats? How come I don't have the ability? Pretty sure. What? What? The fuck? Entonces lo cambiaron. Mierda, me cago en la puta madre. Qué cabrón. Son cabrones, tío. Well, I didn't know that, like, YouTube changed everything, so I didn't have super chats. I did not know this. And that probably means that I lost the $20 on my account because they're stupid. Es que tengo un enlace de donaciones en Twitch personal. Pues no es personal, pero bueno. No de Twitch, no de YouTube. Ah. Ah. Es que puedo ponerlo en la descripción. Si os apetece. ¿Apetece? Joder. No recuerdo cómo se dice la palabra joder. Imagínate, tío, joder. No, I'm fine, fuck it. Bing. 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 Ok, ya está. Bing. So I guess now I have my donation link in the description. And this one you'd actually get alerts for. Because I don't think I have alerts set up for your for YouTube. Fuck you. You will have to open the description though. I'm not gonna like force anybody to like be able to see it. Like, I'm okay with the monetization, but at the same time it's like I don't think it's fair to throw it in somebody's face. Because my content is made to be free. And giving me money will not change my opinion of you. Aw, come on. And also giving me money does not give you any special benefits. Yo, Yanmei, thanks for the good luck. I think the timing at which you start moving... This world record? Could be. We'll find out in about 7 minutes. Or less. Well, we have found out. It is not record. You know what? I'm gonna do the NTSC version. Oh, you bastard. Don't start doing this to me right now. There's a couple of things that I want to check. If my camera setups don't work, then I'm not going to, my camera setups don't work, I'm not gonna use this version. Because the camera does act differently. But Dio also said that he gets the door clip consistently, the third one, so... Damn it.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights.
And sweep the past under the rug. Okay. Oof, ouch. What? Okay. Okay. How are the runs? I've had like a couple of runs, but I don't think nothing got past warp skip. I'm checking the NTSC version again to see if there's anything I can do, or if there's any differences. Yo X. GG's on the streak. There's a lot less dropped inputs. I can say that much. Way less dropped inputs. That's stupid. I don't know if that's the rip. Could be. Okay. Now we check. I'm gonna check my current, my visual cue for this. Because I remember this being way more consistent, and it stopped being consistent when I switched to the European version. Yeah, there's no way that that would have worked, but... Nope. Crash was too far to the right this time. Yeah, that's not gonna work, okay. I wanted to check. We shall see. If I get that, I don't know how to... That camera angle, I don't know how to, I don't know what to do. That... Okay, I died there because Crash stepped forward. Yo, MGG. Nope. Vortex died. However, if I threw him, he probably wouldn't have died. Nope. Oh, there we go. Okay, I figured out how to fix it. How's Twinsanity treating me? Terribly. Nope, I was too far to the right. Okay. That time I'm not sure what happened. Stop it. Stop. Stop being pushed. Nope. Yes. Okay, I know how to handle this now. Good. Very good. That's one less thing. Okay. One less thing. One less thing to worry about. Okay. Bulge. Oops. Yes. All right. Alright. Now fast, Nina, and then we go back to doing runs. Damn it. Okay, I have to wait until she starts falling first. How's the fast shit? It's been kind of half and half. I'm a little tired. As you can imagine, after like 5 hours of streaming. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Back to runs. I hit load game instead of new game. Thanks for the good luck. Oh, okay. The NTSC version handles things so differently. It drops less inputs. No wonder I preferred this version. The nut does behave less, but... I mean... What am I planning to do? I'll see if, sub 101, or sub 102 is, something I want to do in Hundo, and then I'm dipping. No more Twinsanity. Fuck. Okay. Man, imagine if I was playing on hard mode this whole time. You have returned. GG's. It would be very fitting to be playing on my, on the very first, well, a dump of my very first copy of Crash Twinsanity. On Old Faithful. F. Aww. How's that still a 124? That's pretty fast for a 124.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil.
Yeah, I just genuinely play better on this version. Neat.
Sweep the past under the rug.
Back again, you were lunching? Let's go, dude. Yo, Fred. Thanks for the good luck. Damn. Yeah, I'm just gonna say fuck the European version. I'm gonna play on the American version for any percent from now on. Kevin. It was a pretty good run. Hub 2 and Warp Skip were very good. Hub 1 was not. Unfortunately. But the fact that I know now that I play better on this version. And I have been playing extensively on the European version. So me and Cratchit and a couple of other people have noticed that for some reason things look faster on the European version. ¿Cuál es la diferencia? Los hitboxes. O sea, las calculaciones de las colisiones. Y los ángulos de la palanca. Y es que unas escenas tienen lag en 50 FPS. Y a veces en la versión europea no me deja hacer inputs. I'm not doing the inputs correctly. There we go. Yes. Though I would not try this. This might be more doable than the other version. Like the other... Okay. To explain, this is possible on... This one is possible on PS2. But... This is an Xbox ledge, and it's particularly picky. ¿Lo que dije? Sí. Pero el frame rate es lo más diferente porque porque en 60 FPS hay un glitch con la desliza. El deslizo. Y es muy molestoso. Come on, do the inputs correctly. Do the inputs correctly, come on. There we go. Do the inputs correctly, come on. Dude? Don't tell me it's harder. Oh, wait, maybe I need to wait a little longer. Yes, okay, alright. Wait, also thanks for the stonks, Ali. Ahora mismo estoy en la versión americana. Pero en 50 FPS. Wait. I think I know why so many weird things happen. And why this is random. I think the inputs are read slightly randomly in the European version. and possibly created some slight randomness in when the inputs are read. I think that might be the reason why certain inputs just get dropped randomly, because they're not coming out. The inputs are not being read on the right frames. But I think in on the American version, the inputs are read more often, or more accurately rather. There's definitely some weird difference. But it would explain why I would get random input drops. It would also explain why, like, but the random input drops would happen in the same locations as well. Like a delay. Not a delay per se, but rather like a carryover. Like some inputs I might press, when I press an input it might come out a frame or two after. Not necessarily a delay, but like some weird frame buffer. The input buffer might be different between yeah, because like I'm getting my slide jumps out more often. Yo, Monty, thanks for the stonks. Dragged? Maybe something like that. But what doesn't make sense is that, say, this thing, for example, I have to hold the stick longer to get that trick than on the European version. But it would be slightly random because sometimes I would do the inputs correctly and it still wouldn't come out. Which means that either the stick is being read more often, the jumps are not being read on the right frames, or something like that. Because the versions are inherently, they are different versions. They're not the same. No, PC port. Wish for the PC port instead. We just had to talk about this. Wish for fan-made PC port. Okay. That is indeed what I think it is, and I really want to kill it right now, but I can't. Because I'm on pace. Another 119. Yo, thanks for the good luck. Recomp on the way, exactly. No! Where did he go? Where did he go? He needs to die. Where did he go? There's a hornet in my room. Here's my phone. Here's my phone. No, apparently these types of hornets aren't actually dangerous, but He shouldn't be around in my room. I lost him. Hollow Knight reference, imagine. I do think that, what I'm doing right now on the, on NTSC is gonna be a lot better. Because it actually feels like, my inputs are coming out. It feels like, when I do an input, it actually, does something. I like that a lot. Because, like, when I was playing on the European version, I wasn't getting all of my inputs. Some of my inputs just felt like they were not registering. And, like, oh yeah, so the thing is that a lot of, several people, including myself, were thinking that watching me play on the European version, I was going faster. I believe what's actually going on is not that I'm going faster, but the perception, but there's a perception that, I'm going faster because of the camera. The camera is more consistent and moves faster on the NTSC version. So, I think that it's actually causing a perception that I'm going slower, when in reality, I really don't think I am. I think I'm going the same speed. Damn it. Because, like, Cratchit noticed the difference, I noticed the difference, I think Ali noticed the difference. But but the numbers don't lie, and the numbers say that there's no difference. Like, there is a difference, for certain cutscenes, but only cutscenes. Not bad. I hate that cable jump. Damn it. Warp skip is still gonna be a piece of shit. That's not gonna change. Nut skip also does work slightly differently. Hang on, I'm gonna message Cratchit. I should be able to do it. If I can't do it today, I'll do it tomorrow, for sure. I'm no longer disillusioned. Also, it does kind of seem like NTSC saves time in Hub 2. Interestingly enough. Hey, nut skip is working. Let's go. There's less lag in this tunnel. Damn it. That jump seems annoying. It's a little annoying, yeah. It is way less annoying than the other jump, though. It is way less annoying. Everything feels way less annoying now. And I'm pretty sure, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I know exactly why I was having all of those issues before. I think the issues were being caused by the fact that the SSD wasn't properly attached to the adapter. So when I would be doing all of these attempts, the nut would just bounce like crazy. But like, I've even really been told, Dio didn't understand why I had so many issues with the nut. Uh-oh, modified version. It's like, no. It was the assumption because, like, the weird lag thingies, a lot of the problems were probably just caused by the fucking SSD not being properly attached at the beginning. Because that's where the game kind of, like, loads its shit. That's what I would think, because, like, I mean, if you think about it, why the fuck would, like, me switching to Crash Nitro Kart change how the nut's working? Why would that make sense? That doesn't make sense. But then it's like when I switched to the European version, it would do that. You thought it's placebo? It wasn't placebo, which is weird. Like, I would go and I would do, I would go and do a couple of, races in Crash Nitro Kart, and then all of a sudden the nut starts working properly. So, Crash Twinsanity does access parts of memory it's not supposed to. I don't know. There's levels of corruption it's weird the way Crash Twinsanity works. It has like corruption thingies. And it accesses parts of memory it's not supposed to. And it is entirely possible that the SSD not being properly connected may have accessed certain things it wasn't supposed to. Because, like, for example, when I would play on an OEM controller, I would actually, for some weird reason, it would destroy my, the stick angles completely. Which is really odd, because, like, I've been kind of the only person to experience this kind of stuff. Either I'm analyzing more than anybody else, or, like, either I'm noticing things other people don't, or something's going on with my hardware. That I'm unaware of. And I would be more willing to bet that a lot of my serious problems may have come from that. Use, like, TAS to check. No, not exactly. It should give the same result, though. It should. But there's definitely some weird thing. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's, like, a RAM flush that's needed every once in a while. But it would be severe. That's the thing that's weird, is that it would be severe. I was getting it way more when I was doing the 942 than, like, right now. And I wouldn't just chalk it up to me being better at Nutskip back then, because I'm way better at the game, and I understand the game way better now. But that is the biggest reason why I always say Nutskip is inconsistent. Because I am fairly certain something is going on with the scripts. It will result in different RNG. I think it's not RNG, unless the physics themselves are RNG. It might be reading from something else. It's probably some programming error, maybe some leak or something. The thing is I don't know if it's Xbox only. You would have to create an input method that's the same every time, but loops. So that way you can do resets. I had the wrong, angle. Aw, damn it, I had too much speed. And then I didn't have enough speed. Like, I have known that hitboxes do work differently between the versions, and the only thing that would make sense with that would be specifically if there's some problem with either the collision detection or the scripts between the versions, because it doesn't make sense. Like, definitely one of the reasons compile the assembly is different. It's possible. Ah, that should have worked. But and then I got an insta-fall. Who the fuck knows? The only thing is who the fuck knows exactly why things are different? It's definitely a different feel. Does it matter? Not really. However, the European version does... The input buffer on the European version is slightly different, and the camera moves slower. On the European version, what I just did would have thrusted me off the edge. Because I've done that several times before. Aww. Aww. I messed it up, damn it. Yeah, really, it's just who knows, who cares. The only thing that I really want, the thing that I really hope, which, by the way, Sly, if you're here, just so you're aware, the PS2 version does take away sounds, and it also takes away stick angles from corruption. The Xbox version does not really do that. Okay. Okay, game. Okay, game. Okay, game. Which is, it kind of sucks. Xbox version is superior in that way, but Xbox has its own corruptions. So those types of things will need to be patched out. Which, I mean, the game is not supposed to do that shit anyways. I wonder if turning Crash's head might make nut skip more consistent. Imagine. I lost about a second-ish. What the fuck? Okay. Come on. Get the inputs correct. Unless I, like, do that instead. What if I do that instead? Probably not. That should have made it. That should have... Oops. Stop hitting the B button, please. The tree's not gonna be fast. Do I, like, go with the stick first? No, it's not Xbox exclusive. It's just harder on PS2. You should not be going for this ever. Wait, what if I did this instead? Oops. What if I had the camera aimed like this? No. I have to remaster the timing. Because this jump is very hard. Like, the reason why I'm failing it is not because it's random, it's very hard. When did that happen? Yesterday. But I mean, it's a very old strat. It's just, it was thought to be TAS only. If I can just react to camera being like this. Because if the camera is further to the right, I can, like... Does Crash's face push against the wall? Most likely. Did Ali just solve it? That... Bro's a genius. That's why sometimes this doesn't work, but I mean, like, if I'm here, I just tap. I just tap right on the right stick, and then I do the long jump. Just one more button. Come on, hands. It's just one more input. There we go. Okay. Okay, we are back. Moving the camera pushes Crash off sometimes. Yep. Unfortunately, with that one, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, it's... the camera's not the thing. It's Crash's nose as a hitbox. Yeah, it's not the camera, it's Crash's nose. I don't know, but I'm kind of glad they didn't make a bean hitbox. What's the benefits? That cutscene skip would not be consistent. You wouldn't have the door clips. You wouldn't be able to grab certain things from out of bounds. There are benefits. It makes it annoying to work with, but... you know. Fuck swag stand. That is indeed what developers aim for. This isn't super fast, but it's acceptable. Ah, come on.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil.
That was interesting. You die this way. I don't know.
Sweep the past under the rug.
Here it comes. Maybe. Sub 930 is absolutely, yeah, sub 930 is absolutely dead. Damn it. SpongeBob speedrun tech? I don't know what the SpongeBob speedrun tech would be. I don't like Shift. I think he's kind of an asshole. He has definitely not done good things for the speedrunning community, that's for sure. Yo, Michael. I remember the time when they covered for a cheater because they thought it was funny. Thanks for the good luck. Fuck you, Kevin. Unless you're talking about, like, putting peanut butter on the discs or whatever. Of course he looks like he's fucking suffering on stream. Shift. So bugs more? That shouldn't even be allowed. Yeah, of course Shift doesn't want to be playing SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom. It's just that's what he's on. That's what he's known for. Like, I might seem like I'm not having fun. And I mean, to be fair, I'm getting frustrated, but I'm not having a negative experience overall. Now, when I get to the point where I'm only squeezing out a couple of seconds, yes, I will be very frustrated and I will not be having a good time. And that's when I'm gonna stop. And I know a lot of people will be like, but I love watching you play Twins, and I appreciate that, of course. But at the same time, I can't just keep running this game for the sake of my sanity. I have other things I want to do. And I don't want to end up resenting playing this game. Because I love this game. But that's the thing, is that if you, like... People watch him because they think the raging is hilarious, and they want to see somebody speedrun Battle for Bikini Bottom. Cheater? You don't need to worry about it. He's some who mega lol in Spyro 2. Oh no, he's suffering way more than I'm doing. Shift quit BFBB? Interesting. About fucking time. But people love to watch Rage, which I don't understand because I think Rage is not funny. I think Rage is, like, embarrassing. Gives me secondhand embarrassment. The person did get banned, yes. The reason why he's even being talked about is because he made a video called Authenticity and Speedrunning asking for, like, forced hand cams and forced input viewers and stuff. And basically offering no solutions. It's just that he was about to get caught, so he decided to try to be a martyr. And make things worse for everybody. That's the only reason why he's even being talked about. His name is not worth mentioning. But, like, he's a literal who. Never heard of the guy before I even saw he got the Spyro 2 any percent record. Never heard of him. And that's weird, because even though I don't fully interact with Sprash all the time, you hear about the big names. Who? It's, like I said, not even worth mentioning the dude's name. It's not worth it. It's like a literal nobody. Like, if this were, like, Jordy, or, like, Lumi, or Jeremy Thompson, or Saboom, yes, it would be worth talking about. But this is a literal fucking nobody. The person was a beloved runner? I doubt it. I'm pretty sure that the person was only being looked up to because of the 40 orb record that was set. I doubt the person was ever beloved. Because, trust me, you would have known who the person was in PlayStation Nation if the person was actually beloved or somebody worth caring about. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, though this is probably more of a testament to how long I've been in the community rather than anything else, that people throughout PlayStation Nation who know who I am. But you also have to remember, I've been in the Crash community for 13 years. I've done several things, including stuff in Spyro, so of course I'm known in Spyro. And I'm not even, like, somebody that really runs much Spyro, but people know who I am. It would be... right now I don't. But I've ran other games. Hero's Tale stuff. Hero's Tale stuff, I've done Spyro 1. I've done Spyro 1 stuff, finding stuff for Spyro 1. But mainly Hero's Tale. But the thing is, like, at the end of the day, most people in Sprash would at least have heard of who I am. Then there's this guy who got some records in... Who got some records in fucking, Spyro 2, but nobody knows who he is. That's weird. Because everybody who gets really good at one of the popular games, one of the, like, PS1 games, everybody knows who they are. Back when Sword of Seals, before he got banned for grooming, I'm pretty sure that people in Spyro knew who he was. Probably people in Ratchet. People in Jack probably knew who he was. Fair amount of Crash people know who Jeremy Thompson is. I would say Vanny, but Vanny's everywhere, so of course people know who Vanny is. So it's really weird that there's this runner that's beloved or, like, you know, supposedly getting these records, but nobody knows who the person is. How does the nut teleport you? You get put in... You basically stand on it while you cross a loading zone and it pushes you. So PlayStation Nation is, essentially what PS1 and PS2 speedrunners kind of call ourselves, which would be the over-encompassed community of Crash, Spyro, Ratchet, Sly, Jack, Harry Potter PS1 games. Being friends with Bean, everybody knew who Bean was. Everybody knew who Mr. Bean 35,000 VR was back in the day. There's so many things. It's really weird because most of the people in PlayStation Nation at least somewhat know of each other. So why is it that there was a guy that was getting these records that nobody knows about? And then it's like, okay, so then he becomes a name only because he cheated and because he uploaded a stupid video making an ass out of himself over authenticity. Why are we still talking about this literal who? That's the problem. Like, I'll compare it to the Worcester situation. And the thing is, Worcester's a pretty large speedrunner, so people know who Worcester is outside of Pokemon and Sonic, because he is also very well known in Sonic. And the thing is, BVR, no, I have no idea who that is. Why would I know who a non-speedrunner would be? But, like, you look at Worcester, it's like, that makes a lot of sense to draw attention to. This is a very well-established speedrunner that everybody kind of knows who he is. So talking about it makes a lot of sense. And by the way, the outcome, as I've said multiple times before, was positive. He confessed. Nothing bad happened. And that's it. And people, like... A Sly 2 speedrunner? Nope. I don't know much about Sly. I'm sure other people do. Yeah, that's also the thing. You don't get anything from cheating. And the reason why, and this pisses me off, by the way, the reason why we even put so much attention onto cheaters these days is because of Carl Jobst and Abisoft. And no disrespect to Abisoft, because I do like the guy and I like his content. But the problem is we have been focusing so much on cheaters that we talk about them constantly. It's like... It's nonsense. Now, there are some ones which are literal memes. Like in the Halo community, we have Cody Miller. It's fun to watch a cheater getting caught. It's really not. It's sad. It's very sad. Because the thing is you wouldn't know who that cheater was unless they cheated. Most of the time. And the ones who you've known their names and they get caught cheating, those are the ones that you should be paying attention to. But the ones you didn't know are not worth paying attention to. You're just giving them the attention they want. Nor am I dumb enough to do that. That's a pretty damn good answer. And the way they do it, I don't think that's fun. It can be interesting what they did. Those are a thing, but it's like, you're drawing attention to somebody that the only thing they wanted was attention. You're giving them what they want. With the work the mods do. No, that's cool. This is the shortest twins category, yes. Some things are fascinating. What was not fascinating was the guy that just got caught cheating. All he did was just use an RNG script. He just ran a script or ran a Game Shark code or whatever, and they gave him perfect RNG. That's it. Yeah, the Worcester situation was nothing burger as well. But even then, it was still, you know, it was a positive, it gave a positive impact. Because, like, Worcester decided that his ego wasn't worth protecting. He confessed. People stop caring, and he becomes more of a respectable individual. Now, a lot of people say he's not respectable, but he's already done this stuff before. It's just, now he actually confessed to it. And that's good. That's a good thing. When it's just some guy that says that he's a martyr for, like, oh, we should do this, and instead of, like, you know, just saying, okay, fine, I cheated. You caught me. And it's like, I don't know who you are. Since I don't know the person, I mean, I know their name, but I don't know the person enough to really try to say that they should be held accountable, because I'm not gonna lie. Give me 2 weeks, I will not even know who the fuck that person is. They didn't even do anything, really. They just made some kind of stupid RNG script. That's it. That's not even worth caring about. I do think that it was unfair to Worcester to kind of, like, target him, though. Which makes sense. Like, throughout his life, he's had people that target him specifically. However, to be fair, be very fair. How did they catch him? It was pretty easy. What, do you mean the Spyro 2 guy? Buena Superior? Or, Worcester? Because Worcester, it was pretty obvious. It's just that most people were not in the Battle Frontier community to, like, actually say that he wasn't able to do it. So some guy basically, like, put an insurmountable amount of evidence. Made a good argument. But I did see that the guy was a little charged. Yeah, I would not be surprised. I think Magpie's, like, was looking to try to get more attention. The Spyro guy? Considering he got, like, 4 perfect gulps in his PBs after he came back and was, like, resetting in a weird way no other top runner was doing. Most top runners kind of figured that he was doing something suspicious. The reason why the common man didn't understand, you know, the average Joe Schmo, was because the only attempt they saw was that run. They didn't see the other runs. If I saw the other runs, I would have been very suspicious, because it's like, I've never really heard of anybody getting a perfect gulp before. Not saying it hasn't happened. Factory people have had feuds in the past. That also makes tons of sense. A lot of people don't like Worcester because of his attitude. And that does make sense. At the same time, though, a lot of people have done Worcester a lot of wrong. Yeah, it was weird that the guy got, like, perfect gulp RNG so often. The bat almost caught up to me. Okay. This run is kind of crazy. Yeah, that's how Dream got caught. And then he hired a stats guy to, like, prove that his RNG was possible, but that's not how RNG works, because it's not random. RNG is not random, it's deterministic. Damn it. I knew that was gonna happen. He made the RNG more lucky. Yeah. So, in case people don't understand how RNG works, it is a generated number. It is not a generating number, it is a generated number, which means you can calculate every single possible RNG seed and see if something is possible or not. Which means that, like, if you say something is astronomically small, it probably isn't actually possible. With Dream's thing, the only thing that he could have said was, or the only way that he could defend himself was using a statistics expert, not a Minecraft expert. Because he didn't know Minecraft enough to understand how RNG seeds work, because, well, he's not a speedrunner. He never was. So he wouldn't necessarily understand that what he was doing was impossible. A speedrunner could say, like, okay, you look at the RNG seed to see if it's actually physically possible what he did. And no. There was no possible seed that would have allowed him to get the exact RNG he got. It's basically like that is a way that it's possible with enough time. If it can generate that seed, you have to remember the seeds are determined already. It's not random. You can look at the RNG seed and look at the generation, and you'll see that what Dream was specifically supposed to get is actually impossible. That's the thing that's like, the assumption that Dream was going under was that RNG was truly random, and it is not. That's why RNG manips work. Seeds are generated. They weren't being generated, it was already generated. Which means that if somebody has the exact same... Not necessarily the seed was pre-selected, but rather the RNG was manipulated in order to get something, because everything's already, like, basically there. But that doesn't mean that the runner knows ahead of time, but a person could essentially take the seed that was gotten and potentially look through it to see if there's anything that could possibly generate the same luck. Or they could just, if it's more simple, like say Sonic Adventure DX, for example, all they have to do is just basically look at the different inputs that could happen and see if it would advance the RNG seeds. The argument with that is that it is truly random, and it is not truly random. There is no true randomness in computation. It's already determined. It's just that there are algorithms that basically determine or affect the RNG seed to simulate randomness. That's how RNG works. At least with our current computations. With AI, it could be truly random. But, with current, the way RNG works, it is not truly random. It is, already determined. And the algorithms determine how that RNG works. So in Dream's case, because he manipulated it, people were able to, like, take the seed and then look at every single possible combination. It's still deterministic? Interesting. Which, that's even worse. So, all statistics are basically going to tell you is a bunch of nonsense based on potential outcomes, because... Yo, thanks for the good luck. Because based on except antimatter, imagine. Dream is a complete asshole? Probably. But yeah, it's basically like... It's all deterministic, it's already basically there. If you do the same things, you will get the same inputs at the same time, as long as you manipulate the same things. And knowing how the RNG seed works and changes and whatnot, you can get the same results. And basically, like, all statistics do is assume that that's not a thing. So you could get something in RNG that is statistically impossible with, like, 1 in 1 quadrillion, and you could get it every time. And by the way, that is one of the ways that speedrunners can catch cheaters. Which, that is the interesting thing, is that, say, like, in a game like Twinsanity, you would not be able to figure that out. To disabled people, got told he shouldn't say that stuff just to double down. Did he do it to offend disabled people, though? Like myself? Because I don't look at the word, generally. I look at the intent behind the word. I don't think that holding somebody accountable for saying a word is a good idea. People say words all the time. I mean, yeah, theoretically. But that's the thing. Imagine speaking true. I don't know who that is. But... I'm sure he probably called him called them, am I disabled? I'm considered disabled, yes. I have fibromyalgia. Not to try and do runs. Understandable. I'm sure he called them mentally handicapped. Or a word that we use for mentally challenged, even though I would never call a mentally challenged person that word. Okay. Can I, like, stay off the rock, please? Beautiful nut skip? Not really. I lost, like, almost 3 seconds. You be doing Halo ILs? You're pretty cooked. I mean, I got stuck on the rock after, that's why. Also, I'm not saying that Dream isn't an asshole, because I bet you he is. But, at the same time, using an offensive word and holding somebody fully accountable just because they said an offensive word, I think is a very, very bad idea. A very bad way to judge people in general. Especially if the offensive word doesn't affect you. Jump is very annoying. I have fibromyalgia, I just said. And can we stop bringing attention to that, please? Thank you. Now, in the context of where he said it, if he said it specifically in public to be an asshole to people, then I think it's a very, very, very warranted to judge the guy. Skip is very hard. It can be, yes. I'm trying to, trying to retrain my hands how to do this. I have to do this every once in a while. Yeah, I think holding it. You can't make a save state. This is console. Save state IRL. There's two sides of the path. I have seen that meme, yes. Okay. Hit thing. Okay, alright, this makes things a little bit better. But hablar español y invadir mi stream. Okay, vale. Won that Yu-Gi-Oh card. Crash's nose doesn't face the wall, yeah. Xbox does not have a Japanese version, technically. There is an NTSC-J version, but it's the exact same as NTSC-U. Okay, hands. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Entre español al montón. Pues es que hay muchos hispanohablantes en mi chat. So Dream made that? Damn. That's kind of shitty. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty shitty. Okay. I mean, in context, it's kind of funny, but at the same time, that's like, okay, dude. Like, bro, you play Minecraft. You're fucking... The average audience... Your average audience age is like 12. Like, okay, dude. Now, see, I could do that, right? Like, growing up and then becoming a stupid Dream fan. But the thing is that, imagine, right? Imagine. Most of the people that watch me are, like, in their early 20s. And it's like, most of the people that watch me are actually adults. And then you're gonna make fun of somebody who has the same average age on your fucking audience and then potentially groom them? Okay, buddy. Find the little pixel. It's not really finding the pixel. There's a whole ledge that you can land on. The thing is I have to do about the same inputs every time to make it work. It's not, like, super precise, but it's pretty precise. It's one of the more precise skips. Mid-20s. Yeah, most of the people that watch me... Pues claro. Yeah, it's like, it's almost like CE levels. Sí, estaba practicando, no sé, estuve practicando Antagony. Ahora mismo no. Porque no hay que practicarlo. Does Aku have collision? As far as I know, no. It's only Crash's body. And you can kind of see how his hitbox is, because his hitbox and his shadow are probably 1-to-1. Because his hitbox are his bones. And so is his shadow. His shadow represents his bones. I'm pretty sure. Will I improve Hundo after I do any percent? You do ask a lot of questions. Does Crash or Shadow have collision? Imagine. The camera has collision, sort of. It will... It doesn't have colliders, but it does... Después del show 9:30, sí. No. Pues depende. But in a different layer from Crash. The camera can collide with things, but it cannot be collided with, if that makes sense. Gracias. Kevin, you fucking bitch. No, it's just I remember that there was another user that was asking the same styles of questions that you are. So be mindful of that. And that person was banned from my chat. The camera cannot be collided with, but it can collide with other things. Can the camera nut skip? No. Like I said, the camera can collide, but it cannot be collided with. As in, Crash can walk right through the camera, but the camera cannot walk through Crash. You don't have to worry about it. Can Kevin nut skip? I don't know. Probably not. Because I don't know if the mechanism for that allows you to get nut skip is the same. Why are you even asking this? Don't ask. Can the nut skip if it were another nut? I don't think so. De hecho, no sé. No he contado nada. ¿Y yo qué? Es que sí sé cuántas vidas necesito en cualquier momento, pero no las he contado. 1, 2, 3. 7 vidas. I don't know who that is. I do not know who that is. So probably not. Pues es que lo raro es que no las he contado, pero la implementé en la ruta. Solo por la necesidad de las vidas en vez de cuántas vidas hay. Creo que 7. Si no me equivoqué. No, good with okay, alright, understandable. Don't worry about it. Then. Damn it. Come on. Claro. Damn it. There he is. Hang on. Alright, hold up. And he died. Motherfucker. He's dead. He's dead. Don't call attention to it. I was just letting you know because the warning was specifically designed to see if you were the same person. It does not seem so. So don't worry about it. Esta nueva ruta no es una nueva ruta, ¿no? Cash Banuka. There we go. Can the nut do crash skip? Probably. This is not really a good run, but for the interest of not being stuck in Hub 1, let's humor the game a little bit. I believe the fastest I could possibly do. Well, yeah, I missed it twice and I'm still ahead of the other PB. I don't like doing a swag stand. Murciélagos son arrendino. La rapidez, sí. Pero no son arrendino. But always in that place. Yep, that is how speedrunning is in general. That was weird. It's doing this again. Where did Cortex even disappear to? He went up right. Because I threw him up right. It was because I was trying to go fast. But yeah, speedrunning is all about, just patience. The thing is I am more than capable of getting the run that I want. I am absolutely more than capable of getting the run that I want. The game just has to do that. It's fine, dude. It's fine. Like I said, just drop it. There's no need to perpetuate it. It's done. It's over with. There we go. Hold up. True. Busket. Damn it. La razón por la que decidí hacer el speedrun de Twinsanity era cuando quería aprender los glitches. Y también quería encontrar glitches. Y estaba ayudando a SmartKin con su tutorial de 100%. Y naturalmente había aprendido unos skips. Heard I PB'd? I did PB a couple days ago. Appreciate the GGs. I'm not 4 seconds off. I am much closer to that.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights.
No, sub 9 is not possible. Is this it? It could be. Thanks for the luck. We don't know anything yet. I actually have to tussle with, Nope. I either jumped too early or the ant decided not to throw the bomb. Never celebrate too early. What happens there is the ant throws the bomb into the checkpoint. Yeah, that was quite a good run. Especially because I figured out warp skip. I don't know if anybody noticed that. But I figured something out. Appreciate it. No, I'm not mad. I'm just saying, like, make a reminder. It's not quick piss. No, unfortunately. Would it be wise to practice the second half? Not all the time. It depends. Did the thing happen to me before? Yes. Where'd you get it? Internet. Like 12 years ago. I don't know if it's because how I la gema más difícil no sé. Damn it. It was automatic that I... Nope, it's not automatic. The ant throws the bomb at the checkpoint. You have to get within his range, and there is a small chance that he misses the checkpoint. And there's also, I may have jumped too early. I'm not 100% sure which is which. It's one or the other, but I don't know which one. It's pretty fucking brutal. Usually, I'm more careful, but I decided that I didn't want to be careful that time. Because I wanted to get the maximum possible time save, which I could get, oh, fuck off. And that wasn't a 317 exactly, so I jumped too early. No, the area was loaded. It's just that the ant has to throw the bomb, and sometimes it throws it early, and sometimes it throws it late. And sometimes it throws it incorrectly. Honestly, I don't really know how the bomb go, or like I don't know its path because you can't see. I just know you can snipe the you can get the checkpoint sniped. And I have a thing where like I walk into the area that I move outside of its range, I think that causes the ant's aim to lock. But I don't know because, like, I can't see what the ant is doing. But I know that the ant throwing is RNG just because of other things I've done messing with the ant. The further away you are from the ant, the weirder its bomb throw is. Yikes. Nice, okay. I can't go for this one, so I have to go for this one instead. That's quite good, though. Rash's head has to move, otherwise I'm not gonna get that. Oh shit. Don't celebrate just yet. I'm still not used to being on a pace like this, so mistakes are bound to happen. I'm surprised that I lost about 0.7 seconds for no reason. That was just slow. No! You fucking bitch! Ah, damn it. I hit the ceiling. The worst part was me getting warp skip, and then just the game saying you're not allowed to get up there. Ah, that sucks. That was a good run too. I mean, I lost a lot of time because the bat was stupid. Well, yeah, that's basically how you do it. I don't feel bad when I lose my runs exactly. Usually if I'm on good pace and I lose a run, I kind of feel good. And the reason why is because it means I'm getting closer and closer and closer to getting the run. Like, I mean, I just got into Warp 4. And then I got back into Warp 4. No rage unsubbing, imagine. Like, I'll yell in the moment, but that doesn't mean I'm upset. It just means that I'm a little frustrated. Because it's essentially like anxiety release. That's kind of how I treat it as, is just anxiety release. Because, like, it's tension, and that tension needs to be released ASAP, otherwise, oops. Oh, man. Oh, if I actually get mad, usually what happens, I'll lab something out of spite if it's pissing me off. If I'm spending a long time labbing something, I'm mad, usually. Damn it. Here we go again. You know, that's fair. Damn it. Yeah, somebody who doesn't, like, react at all to their mistakes is pretty suspect. Like, I mean, I had that 924 run, and the funny thing was like... Yeah, rage is also a decision, that's very true. ¿Cuáles son los errores? En tu gameplay, quién sabe, pero depende. Dinos. What the hell? Come on, man. Like, I mean, so yesterday when I was on that 924 pace, people probably thought that I was like, ugh, when I lost the run. But I was but the goal for yesterday was already basically the goal for yesterday was already achieved, which was make sure that I can actually get runs into Antagony with fast shit. What happened? Yeah. Yeah, I know it sounds like I get angry. Like, actually angry. I don't. I get frustrated. I wish Nutskip would fucking actually work, but... Well, we can't exactly, we can't always get nice things, unfortunately. Bro asked for help and did not say anything. Crazy. Yo. Hold up. The nut cooked? Yo, he was like, I got you, bro. I got lag there. No! Damn it. That happens sometimes, but it's rare. L shit, true. Can I, like... There you go. Thank you. Oh, shit like that's gonna happen. Also, some people are probably gonna be like, yo, he's like Ned Flanders. He has like so much pent-up aggression. It's like, I really don't. It sounded like Muscle. You know who else sounds like Muscle Man? My mom! Hey, I know a guy. What is the nut doing? What is its plan? You know, the funny thing is, I've never actually watched regular show. You know who else hasn't seen regular show? My mom! Yo. Rare nut W and then a nut L. When it came out, I thought it was childish. And now I just have no, like... I haven't really dedicated any time to watching it. I could now, but the thing is I've been so absorbed in doing Twinsanity any percent that I have been neglecting having fun myself, unfortunately. Which, I mean, it's not like I'm not enjoying what I'm doing, but at the same time, speedrunning takes a lot of time. Unfortunately, what I'm doing also takes up an enormous amount of time. Way more than what I would like. Which is why I'm hoping that at least before attempt number 20,000, I finally get the run I want. So I can just call it. Try to do 100%. See if Hundo is actually gonna work well, and then if it doesn't, I'll just dip. Do something else, because I've been doing Twinsanity for 4 years now. Not saying that I'm, you know, upset with the game, it's just that what I need in order to like achieve my goals. I have to really grind, and while any percent is exciting, Hundo has not been exciting at all. I'm guessing that's Axel. It was not Axel. Buongiorno, porco dio. Blue, you missed some, Yo, Pikshu, thanks for the good luck. You missed some spicy paces, actually. So there's good news and there's bad news. Good news is I am doing warp skip better now. Hello. Bad news is I still reset it. No! This is the second time that's happened! Fuck you! New climb strat? Kinda, sorta. It's now been fully implemented. If I do really, really, really well, I'll be -6 entering Antagony. No! It's pretty much just like any day, any run could basically be the run now. I also found out the NTSC version is better overall. It has better frame. It has a better frame buffer, so I'm getting less dropped inputs, which is really stupid. But I mean, whatever. Whatever we perceived was like, whatever we perceived was faster on the European version was just camera movement. It was an optical illusion. That doesn't mean that certain things aren't faster, because some things are faster on the European version. But I play better on the American version, because more of my inputs actually come out. Also, the camera is like, the camera moves faster. So grab the nut, Crash. Collision also does work differently, but a lot of the problems, like, the camera turns around slower. Certain other things as well. The camera kind of lags behind, and I'm not sure what the fuck is going on. Collision detection's slightly different, but only slightly. Like, you still get the same ledges and everything. It's just the way that the game calculates things. It might be dead frames, to be honest. Oh, actually, that might be the reason. The PAL version might have more dead frames. Oh, you know, that makes sense. That's it. Okay, yeah. I totally forgot about the concept of dead frames. It's been a long time. Okay. So, since I haven't been exposed to TASs for a long time, or TASing in a long time, I forgot what a dead frame was. So there are things called dead frames where you cannot actually input anything. And usually if you input something, it buffers to carry over to the next frame. And most likely the European version has a lot of those, and the American version does not. That is my theory. Is it true? Who the fuck knows? However, I would not be surprised. Damn it. So, like, I was getting all those, like, weird dropped slides and stuff that I would never get before. And now I get them. Or, I was. For a little bit. Playing on the American version, I don't get those dropped inputs anymore. Thanks for the good luck. Plans for lunch, dinner? No idea. I almost fucked that up. Damn it. I had to try it. I had to try it. I don't have enough time. No, I don't have enough time. Okay. But if I can throw Cortex in a way where I can get into the load and then, like, get back before he teleports, then boom. Why did Cortex die? Okay, so he teleported into the chunk load when I wasn't in the chunk, which he died basically because he was in a different chunk. So that door is a chunk load, but I left the chunk immediately because I walked outside of the door. But there's still the chunk load in between it. So I was considered in the Lab EXT chunk. Cortex teleports and then crosses into the Lab int chunk into invalid coordinates and dies. I was hoping I could get into the chunk load and then, like, basically enter the chunk load before Cortex teleported, but I wasn't able to do that. I had to check it. Yo, non-liver, how are the runs today? Warp Skip is finally better. It's doing better. I'm finally getting runs on paces. I just need to actually get into Antagony and finish them out. I'm not upset with how runs are going. Even though I'm not really, like, going places, I'm not that upset about where runs are currently going because I'm seeing more success. I'm seeing a pattern of higher rates of success. What did you miss? I am getting better at warp skip. As in, I have figured out how to throw Cortex, and save more time. Possibly, like, 2 seconds of time save? If I can do that consistently, we're gonna be seeing a very fast run soon. I'm hopeful. I could do any percent a lot longer than I can do Hundo. Hundo pisses me off. Any percent, used to, but the thing is like, it does not take much effort to do any percent because I could just turn my brain off for, like, the start and let my muscles do the work until the end. And also, I had good sleep last night. Actually, last night was the first day, I think, that I've had good sleep in a while. Like, a really long while. And it's probably because my sleep schedule's going back to normal. I'm getting tired at 10, 11 o'clock, and then I'm waking up at, like, 7. Which is when my body really wants to wake up. Hey, the nut was a real one there. Nope. Oh yeah, Pete, I figured something out that's dumb. You didn't get the Aku Aku? That doesn't matter. I mostly get it because of movement, not because I need it. I only need one mask. So, Pete, I figured out that the European version is not... I don't move faster in the European version. Which was something that Cratchit and I were thinking for a long time. The difference is the camera. The camera moves slower, and therefore it has to, like, move... It has to speed up in order to, catch up. Yeah, I switched to NTSC. And I don't believe I lose time on the... I don't lose time on the cutscene. 25 FPS, but I'm still in 50. My frame rate didn't change. The version is different. NTSC can be ran in 50, yes. NTSC is region free. The frame rate is determined from the dashboard, not from the game itself. It's only determined on PS2. This is also why a lot of times we simplify things by saying you should play on the European version. Because everybody kind of associates 50 hertz with European. But on the OG Xbox, you can play NTSC games in 50 hertz, depending on the game. There's also no native way to run NTSC and 50 hertz on PS2. You can on OPL. You can force 50 hertz, which honestly at this point I'm not entirely against that, but some people are. You know what would be fire? Forcing 50 on NTSC J and then having fucking pause bufferable super slides. Imagine if we could find new fucking new strats with that. That would be an awesome missed category. Japanese version? There is one on PS2. There is a technical NTSC J for twins, which I have. It's the same as NTSC U. Damn it! You can do pause bufferable super slides on the JP version. So it would be really cool to have that as like an... If it has different skips, it would be really cool to like, mess around with. As missed categories. Never celebrate too early. I think moving Crash's head actually makes him attached to the nut more. I've just had this feeling for a while now. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I might have to practice that. There have been runs on the NTSC-J version by a couple of, by one Japanese runner. I forget what his name is. Falcon something? Hack? No. No. A ver. No spamees mi chat. No es la verdad, no es un hack. Todo se puede en la consola. O claramente, dinos exactamente lo que quieres decir. Para que no hagas poner confuso. Para ayudarte. It was a joke. It's not a very funny joke. To get through this phase, you should not be doing what I'm doing. No deberías hacer lo que hago. You're from Brazil? Okay. Why can't I do this now? Show the hitboxes. For Tikimon skip, look at the. I showed them in my tutorial for it. Oh right, I'm not letting go of the stick. I'm an idiot. Of course Crash is gonna hit that. There we go. Does letting go give more speed? No. All it does is it allows Crash. It basically. So what was happening was the back of Crash's head. Letting go, literally letting go of the right stick. Okay, I'm not gonna ask this guy again. If he asks one more time, I'm just gonna ban him. Yeah, no, I'm not letting go of the left stick, I'm letting go of the right stick. Buenas, ¿cómo andas? Yeah, so what's happening is that, since I was forgetting to let go of the stick, the back of Crash's head was hitting the cutscene trigger. Bro will ban future record holder to write in Portuguese. Não, eu falo portugués. Solo español e inglés. ¿Ok? Entonces, no puedo ayudarte. Hay un tutorial en que hay hitboxes en mi canal. Por favor, busca el tutorial en mi canal. Gracias. Joder. Otro juego récord. Es que ahora mismo... Es que ahora mismo sí, la meta es desafiar... mejores strats... puede decir. En mi canal. Por favor, busca tutorial de Tikimon en mi canal. How the knight behaves, imagine. How the nut behaves. It might... It might change how Crash grabs the nut. You gotta let my man nut. Exactly. The problem is that this guy's annoying the shit out of me. Ahora mismo ningún otro speedrun, pero después de Twinsanity voy a hacer Spiro 1. Y tal vez Enter the Dragonfly. Let him nut, true. Y es que hice speedrun de Halo 2, Sonic Adventure DX, Sonic Heroes. Juegos así. No. Mierda, me cago en la puta madre. I'm gonna hope that actually went through. That went through. Okay. Alright. You remember seeing Kiryu? Yeah. Now we have Virgil. Because Virgil is the king. Ser. Tío, es que me cago en la puta madre. Estoy hasta la polla. Está hasta la polla. No, it's just that's how we've been greeting each other since a long fucking time. No, like Ser will go Jeeper because he does. You playing through the series now? I want to start playing through it. You got peas on your head. Don't call you a pea head. It's just a roll your R's meme, yeah. Basically, yeah. It's just Ser, and he says Jeeper, and then we say Smart kid. Poleria. Yo, Smartkin is here. He's lurking. Smart. Nah, it's just that. It's just that me, Smartkin, and Ser are like the three musketeers. Okay, hang on. I got so tilted, I forgot how to do this. I'm gonna have to do this for a little bit. Because bro was pissing me off. Oh yeah, so basically, like, So basically, it's like, I did do Yakuza 0, actually. So, it's just that the guy was just demanding me to, help him with Tikimon skip. And it's like, I'm doing a run here. He doesn't speak Spanish, he doesn't speak English. He only speaks Portuguese. And it's like, you're demanding a lot out of me while I'm doing a run. And when I say just look up in my channel, the tutorial, you'll find it. He's like, write it, and then saying speak Portuguese. Yeah, I'm gonna get a little tilted at that. Yeah. Because expecting me to have to do that is like, you're disrupting me. You're disrupting my runs, you're making a joke at my expense, and it's like, dude, no shit, I'm gonna get a little upset about that. Though, I'm gonna show it off a little bit more when I'm speaking in Spanish than English. Like, if it's Spanish, I'm okay with it, because, like, I mean, I speak Spanish well enough. But that was as bad as, like, an English speaker coming into my chat, like, which, by the way, actually happened. Gonna hunt him down and make him pay? Let's go, dude. It was like, when I was speaking in Spanish, he said, who pressed 2 for Spanish? I'm like, dude, that's, like, really fucking rude. Understandable joke, but wrong place at the wrong time, because I was already pissed at him. Yeah, the joke is funny, but the wrong place, wrong time. Because I was already upset at him. Now, Pickshoe, if you did that, considering I know you're bilingual, I'm probably gonna laugh my ass off. Because it's like, yo, we pressed 2 for Spanish, let's go. Yo, Blues, thanks for the stonks. Beat the fridge, true. Give the nut coins to the fridge. Wait a second. Yo, Flowers, thanks for the stonks. Yo, Joseph, thanks for the stonks. Ser tapoja. God, I can't follow all these stonks, dude. I see Blord, I see Luke, I see Pickshoe, how to jump, A button. What do they do? Nothing. You're just sacrificing points to the fridge. For no reason. It was because at one point I saw a pause fridge and I was like, yo, this fridge probably wants sacrifices, and I thought it was funny as fuck. That is the entire reason. Like, I'm not even kidding. I just wrote that off of a whim because I thought it was funny. Is like, the fridge demands sacrifices. And I had to speak Italiano. Porco Dio. Porco Dio. Dio cane. Dio merda. How to ask for a tutorial. I got it. Grazie. Grazie. Ya no quiero. Porfa, sal de mi chat. No. No quiero más. No me aguento más. Crash didn't die. I paused. I thought it was in the middle of time. По-русски, пожалуйста, пожалуйста. Thanos snap. Sopa do macaco. Also, I mean no offense to all the Brazilians out there, but it's like, please don't do that. If you're gonna come in and be an asshole, no. Because I do not hate Brazilians. I don't even hate Portuguese. It's none of that. It's just this guy came in. He's really getting on my fucking nerves. Entonces, estoy hasta la polla. Joder. Prácticamente me cago en la leche. Me cago en 3 leches, tío. Joder. El pastel total. En eso me cago. Cuando te cagas en 3 leches, tío. Y arruinas la tarta, joder. What does he even say anymore? Oh, me cago en la leche is something that it's a thing that you say in Spanish. And then there's tres leches, which is a cake. Tres leches does slap. This is true. Now, if you'd like to know what I sound like when I'm actually kind of mad, you guys just heard that. Te da risa cuando hable en español de España, joder. Pues es que normalmente no quiero usar modismos de España porque la mayoría de mi chat es de Latinoamérica, así que en mi mente no es apropiado usar modismos de España. También, sí, apropiado. No mames, güey. Ok. Pues es que sí hablo modismos de España. Muchos latinos en mi chat va a escribir: joder, tío, es la hostia, tío. Me mola, tío. Me mola, tío. Es que sí. Normalmente lo digo, pero la mayoría de los latinos van a escribir en mi chat modismo de España. Me cago en la puta de oro. Joder. Mismo latino, joder. Qué flipa, tío. Pues claro, claro que, ¿verdad? Claro que quiero usar un español casi neutro, sin modismos de España, para que mucha gente puede disfrútese en mi chat, algo así. Neutro. No existe, claro que no existe español neutro, tío. But you know what I mean. Is like I'm trying to slightly neutralize the slang terms so that way people, one, understand me more, and two, don't decide to come into my chat and be like, es la hostia, tío, joder. Because it would happen all the time. Me cago en las 4 valores que ilume. Mira la tumba de tus putos muertos, joder. Pero es que es la hostia, tío, joder. Sí, escucho... sí, en español sí, de doblaje castellano. England match. Oh no, soccer. Esa es buena. Yeah, Picshu is bilingual. He's Spanish American. So he is also gilipollas, tío. You feel like you're missing on the jokes? Probably. Mostly we're just saying shit that Spanish people say because it's kind of funny. And a lot of times Latin Americans will come in. It would be like an American hearing a British person be like, "Oi, mate, would you like some biscuits with your crumpets?" It's the same. It's the same feeling. Not that I care. It's just that it will happen all the time. If I used slang, Spanish slang, because like yes, I use the Spanish accent and Spanish pronunciation when I speak Spanish, but I try to avoid slang terms. Can confirm you sound like that? You guys really fucking don't. Ya es español de España, claro. Ya es más neutral. No existe. Español neutral no existe. Solo depende del perspectivo de la persona. Para mí lo más neutro es de Madrid. Para ti sería de Bogotá o México, Ciudad de México. Exacto, en comillas, claro. Es interesante porque mucha gente, ¿verdad? From Nicaragua, let's go, dude. El diablo. Pues mucha gente hace unos años quería que the TH sound, yes, that is used. It is used when there's a soft C or a Z sound. Pues mucha gente me dijo que debería aprender su acento porque es más simple y más común que castellano. Hacían con el venezolano. Lo interesante es que lo venezolano es neutro, pero no hablan neutralmente. Dominican is legit a foreign language. Same. Puerto Rican accents too. I struggle with them. El diablo, mama huevo. That means cocksucker, by the way. Or rather, ball sucker. There we go. Hold up. Claro. He's so real for saying that. Oh shit. Oh shit. I almost fucked that up, by the way. Oh shit! No! Damn it! Damn it! Fuck. How far away was I from, Wow. Damn it. That was crazy fucking pace. I think that pace was like, I could have been sub 920 there. I'm pretty glad that that run didn't continue because holy shit, like, my nerves would have been through the fucking roof. I don't think I would have been able to handle it. Below the Jeff Bezos. Here we go again! Here we go again! You guys ready for the ride? Never mind! It also warms my heart to see that that's kind of consistent. It's more consistent than the other thing. How? Okay. Intentionally took a hit so I wouldn't be nervous, imagine. I got the worst camera angle. That's a really bad camera angle. I didn't take the hit so I wouldn't be nervous. It's just that I'm kind of glad that I didn't have to deal with the nerves of being like that fucking far ahead. Damn it. Imagine, though. Dude. I think... Well, like, I mean... I have never been that fucking fast before. Since I'm starting to actually get decent warp skips. I'm very slowly climbing. I'm slowly climbing. Very slowly climbing into it. Like, imagine, like, I still have some time to save in Warp Skip. If I make it to, like, 313, or whatever, I'm just gonna say this right now. 313 means, because I was, like, -6, right? I could be -8 coming out of Warp Skip. If that happens at all, where I'm at 313, I'm basically like at 313. We are then in the territory of potential sub 920. But I'd have to get a perfect antagony. This is one of the things I'm actually kind of glad about. Yeah, on bad runs, I'm minus this much. On bad runs, I'm -3. Weird fucking angle, but okay. I was already used to this kind of pace. The TAS Tikimon isn't doing that much heavy lifting. It just simplifies, it just simplifies a couple of things. Because I don't have to focus that much on Tikimon skip. Aw, oh, come on. Yeah, it's, the nice thing about TAS Tikimon skip is that since I'm using muscle memory instead of having to, like, care about where I'm jumping, it makes it way easier because I'm less tired. I'm not sure if anybody has noticed, but I am a lot less tired. just turn off my brain and run. Yes. Don't make me carry stuff in, please. Oh. My dad. For the run to be invalid twice. No, 3 times. If I fail it twice, I'll still be about minus 0.6 or something. Damn it. Because failing it loses about 2.5 to 2.6 seconds. If I don't get the jump, I only lose 2 seconds. So if I somehow fail the jump twice, I'll be like low 124. That's nuts. Yep. The thing is that, the odds of me failing the trick twice are pretty low. Whereas with the other thing, it was random. It's always like that. Is like, I mean... Damn it. Like, But the thing is that it's a big difference between, failing a trick and, the trick failing you. That is the best way I can describe it as to why, like, I don't care if I'm resetting over fast shit versus wall shit. Because fast shit actually, like, fast shit requires skill. Wall shit requires, bullshit. Yeah, I'm just calling it wall shit. because, like, I fucking hate it. And I'm the one that fucking found that trick, too. Wall shit is a good name. Yo, Axel. I'm so fucking mad that... Well, I mean, I'm upset because I got upset earlier. And I apologize for losing my cool. Oh, I didn't actually, like, get literally mad, Axel. Well, I mean, somebody pissed me off. It was just some guy being annoying and saying, like, demanding that I spoke in his language. And, kept asking me to, like, stop my runs for him. He got banned. There was another guy who was being disrespectful. And he also got banned. The first one was, a little more stupid because, like... I'm usually extremely lenient. Yo, Abdo. I'm usually very lenient because the thing is like, I understand that if somebody annoys me, it's not always on them. Like, if I get annoyed, sometimes I get annoyed, and you'll know if I get a little annoyed. I don't blame other people unless they're being extremely obnoxious. If somebody's being extremely obnoxious or extremely rude, that's usually when I actually do something. Generally, it's if somebody's being rude about it. And it's pretty simple. If somebody's being rude, I'll ask them to stop. And what happened today in the one thing was that the first thing the guy did when he came in was he said Twinsanity is the worst Crash game, and I'm like, I don't care. It's rather that it was an opinion placed specifically, which was, I mean, yeah, that's one of those whatever type deals. But it's like, that was a red flag. Then I kept saying, like, hey, you know, we can bring down the, we can calm down with the opinions. Then he starts asking another person for their opinion to basically, like, bring that person in, and that person thought that they might be getting into trouble. And that made me kind of upset, because that person may not have known or may have thought that they're not doing good, you know? And so I was like, okay, that's ridiculous that you're not just doing it yourself, you're bringing someone else into it and then potentially getting somebody else in trouble. And it's like, no, we don't do that here. Also, he started, like, he said, like, who pressed 2 for Spanish when I was speaking in Spanish. And that got, yeah, that really upset me. Not because of the joke, but because I know why he said it. And that was really fucking rude. Because honestly, like, if I start speaking Spanish and somebody says, yo, who pressed 2 for English, I usually laugh. It's kind of a funny joke when you think about it. Stupid people being stupid. I'm just explaining to Axel what happened. Yeah, it's a good idea. It's always that thing, right? Opinions are like assholes. Did we have a sloth YouTube chatter grade individual? Yeah. We did. With the press 2 expression, it's because in the US, usually when you call, you have to press something for Spanish. Usually like, para continuar en español, oprima 9, or oprima 2. En 69. Nice. Yeah, that's the joke. Like, say, Picshu does it, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. I know he's saying it because he speaks Spanish. And he's just being dumb. Speak Klingon, imagine. Also, yo, Badland. Congrats on the boyfriend cosplay. Big dog. Oh, come on. No, that didn't make it because I moved to the right. It's fine though. So yeah, that's the meme. Practicing Guilty Spark, Certified Reveal Skip, let's go, dude. Oh, you're doing RS3? Let's go, dude. When's Beach Skip? Three minute 4x? Not bad. Get the 343 for the meme number. Psychopathy diagnosis. Oh, that's nuts, huh? Did I live or study in Spain? No. I am literally self-studied. With very little outside help. I mean, a little bit. Fuck me in the... I mean, I do, my specialization is in the Spanish language. And my other one is Japanese. No way I almost saved the nut. I'm in Ohio, true. Get you to that level. Schools in Italy suck. Porco Dio. Porco Dio, las scolas. Count 10 in Spanish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's that easy. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20. Joder. Me cago en la puta madre, tío. Ja 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 ja. It's as shrimple as that. Son camarrones, tío. As shrimple as that, son camarrones, tío. If you could grab the nut crash, that would be awesome. Son camarrones, tío. You know what? I'm sending that directly to Ser right now. Son camarrones, tío. Nut failed, basically. I don't know how much more I have in me for today. Yo, Frank, thanks for the stonks. Axel, I have some bullshit to discuss with you after I'm done streaming, and it has something to do with twins, and it has nothing to do with anything that's gonna make anybody angry. But it's still bullshit. Yeah, there we go. If you notice, though, I am not playing on the European version anymore. Thanks for the stonks. Okay. Here comes. What? That's faster than segmented. What the fuck? I might be cheating, dude. New cheating scandal. No! Hang on. Hang on. I have to look at that. I have to look at that. What was that boat? What the fuck was that boat? I need to see that. I think that was faster than segmented. Hang on. Ow. In the Spanish language. Crash, that would be... Oh, Frank, thanks for the twins, and it has nothing to do with anything. A 118.85. So that wasn't okay. That was a 196. 118.85. Yes, I did beat Giganut. Let me double check segmented. Oh, never mind. I didn't beat it. That was half a second off of segmented. That's actually fucking crazy, though. How did I save that much time? It was just a good... That was a good hub 1. All it was just a good one. That was a good hub 1. Holy shit. So that was a 119.6. But it was still a 118 boat. Yeah, of course, just good. As in, there were no mistakes. No actual mistakes. I don't think I'm going to be able to easily match that. I highly doubt it. I can. I think I can squeeze out another 0.2 seconds. It's just that, like, it was still crazy fast. Because, like, I checked my time after I got Tikimon skip, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Because I'm not used to seeing a near 1 flat. I'm used to seeing 101 by the time I land. So yes, it can be better. It absolutely can be better. It's just that I was not expecting to get a time within a second of segmented. That was insane. Yes, you can. That's called Giganut. It's not consistent, that's why I don't do it. The only reason why I don't do Giganut is because it's not consistent. If I found a way to make it consistent, yes, absolutely, I would be doing it. Oh, oops, I forgot to record. If I lose time before the skip, basically, but I don't even think Giganut saves that much time. Like, I mean, I basically was, with Giganut, I would have only saved half a second, I think. Either that, or I'm going faster than segmented somehow, which could make sense, depending on lag. But I used to think Giganut saved more time. No, it doesn't save 1.5 seconds. It saves like half a second. Maybe the perfect Giganut saves, a second. And we've never seen it before. But it would be kind of weird for me to beat segmented. How much? To get the nut? A lot. It's random. There is potential for it to be less random than the current nut skip, but only potential. There's no definitive setup or anything. 117 boat? I don't think so. If segmented was a 118.2, I'm going to say that that's probably the best I could possibly do. Is a 118.2 boat. What I got there was a 118.8, which means, mathematically speaking, either my movement was better, which is possible, or Giganut only saves half a second, which means that it would only be useful if we could do it consistently. And if you could do Giganut consistently, then... And it's like I said, anybody that solves Giganut, if somebody solves Giganut or finds a means to get across that gap without Giganut, you save any percent. Because if I can get past Nut Skip every time, or almost every time, I basically get into hub... Like, imagine this. 80% of my runs die in Hub 1. 75% of those runs die specifically to Nut Skip. If you make it so that way, even if it's a 50-50 shot, that would mean that, I think it would mean that about 60% or like 40% of runs instead of 20% runs make it to Hub 2. That would guarantee that I get runs really fast. However, if it's even more consistent, like let's say it's 75-80% consistent. This nut skip is 80% consistent. Maybe, let's go even higher, 90%? Essentially 70% of my runs, somewhere in the realm of 70 or 60% of my runs make it into Hub 2. That would essentially mean that, like, probably about... is off-centered? Probably. But just imagine if I'm making it into... if I'm making it into Hub 2 60% of the time instead of 20. This would be a 3-hour stream and not a 9-hour stream. Imagine that. Which is why I always say when I'm doing attempts, like, listen, somebody figure Giganut out. Somebody make this consistent without having to lose time. Or at least make it so that way I'm only losing half a second. Because then, like, I'm essentially, like, I'm winning. Like, if I have to stop for half a second to line up to get Giganut, who cares? At that point, if it's almost 100% consistent, I always get Nutskip, or I always get Giganut. Boom. Please, somebody lab this. End my fucking misery with this. You will probably also go down in history because I will fucking name you in the 920. I will name you in the final any percent run. I will literally say this run was made possible by you. You will be in the fucking description. Please. Please make Giganut consistent, please. Parcel nuez. Claro. This run was brought to you by my dick. Okay. I don't know why. I don't know why when, like... I don't know why it works that way. Weird. I think I'll do about 15 more attempts, and then probably, like, I'll do some stuff, and then I'll, like, lab, I'll try labbing Giganut, seeing if I can, like, find something that works. Playing with the nut made you turn on the PS2 to try consistency of spinning it? Please. If you find something, record it. Like, if you can get it 5 to 7 times in a row, record yourself doing it, showing how you do it. Please upload that. Please, because holy shit. I would be, if I could get into the rest of the run, I would be able to do so much more. I would actually reset failing fast shit first try. I would probably get good at it too. Like, actually really good at it. I'd probably get good at warp skip too. Because one of the biggest problems that I have... One of the biggest problems that I have is the consistency with Nutskip. It's the reason why I unlearn things, because, like, say right now, it's been several resets. Like, I get to, Iceberg Lab 1 in 5 resets. I knew it was gonna be that nut. Dude, I would be so happy. I would be so fucking happy. Like, if I have to stop and aim for, like, 0.5 seconds, I don't care. Because if it always works, or almost always works, it would be worth doing. Oh, fuck. You know what? I could check to see if I save time off of the segmented. Hang on. You know what? I'm gonna check that real quick. Whoa, that's loud. When do I get nut skip? Let's see. Okay, alright. Wait. What? Giganut only saves 0.2 seconds? That's crazy. Because the fastest I've ever gotten was like a 25.8 or 25.7. And, Segmented got like a 25.5. I didn't realize Giganut doesn't save that much time. I honestly thought it did. I thought it saved more. To be honest, though, I really don't care if it... That is a lot. It is nothing. But the reason why I thought it was more was because back then I wasn't as good as I am now. Like, yes, I fumble with the nut, but I am very fast. I'm very fast at the beginning. I mean, I've done the beginning over 20,000 times. I've done it successfully at least 6,000 times. Damn it. Seven more attempts. Or one more into hub 4. That's minus 2 seconds, but guaranteed? No. But then again, it probably wouldn't take 2 seconds. The initial setup could take 2 seconds, but you could probably figure out a means to make it faster. You know what? Instead, I think I'm gonna stop after the next attempt. And then I'm gonna do some stuff, and then we're gonna lab. Going back in the lab. Nutskip is the final fucking beast. If Nutskip gets solved, we can all go home. Now, if it costs me 0.5 seconds, I don't care. Next attempt PB? I mean, any attempt can PB. Okay. Damn, 9 hours. Oh.